Win for the City last night with a 2-1 road victory over the Rangers. The Wings are now 11-7-1 this year and come back home tomorrow to face the Seattle Kraken. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, boy, that was rough. Morning.
Good morning. How you doing, man?
I don't know about good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Brendan Shabath on the updates. Lions had their measuring stick game.
Yep. They didn't measure up.
They certainly didn't, John.
It's a rough one.
Why'd they lose that game?
Well.
I mean, look, there's no shortage of things for people to call and bitch about today, and we've got 4 hours to hit all of it thoroughly. But just looking at you right now to start the show, why did they lose that football game? Biggest reason.
They lost in the trenches on the offensive side. That's the easiest way to put it. And that goes to the protection of Jared Goff and him being inaccurate. Now, there's, again, plenty to talk about with the quarterback position, wide receivers, but I thought it was the offensive line. And even if, hey, you're going for it on fourth down, it is, you got to have it, and your all-world, all-pro right tackle gets beat right off the bat, I don't know what Jared Goff is expected to do, honestly. And yeah. I'm not going to defend him too much, but whether it was getting hits on the quarterback, it was batting balls down. I think they had, 5 batted balls?
Yeah, Jalen Carter had a couple of them. Jordan Davis had a couple of them.
And one of them obviously led to that first interception. It just, that to me was, that's where it all came down to. And what did I tell you last week? Key to the game was being able to win at the line of scrimmage. Now, defensive line, hey, nice. I thought that they did a tremendous job.
In an alternate reality, we're highlighting how great this team was at stopping the tush push.
Right.
And we're highlighting the defensive effort, which was good enough to win, and they wasted a top-notch defensive performance. Short field, sudden change. You mentioned from the jump, this defense gave them chance after chance after chance, and they squandered them all.
If you would have told me at the start of this game that the Eagles would go punt, field goal on a great field position, but then it was punt, field goal, and then they don't score a touchdown until their final possession of the first half, I would have thought, hey,
Lions are up.
We're in pretty good position. I mean, you force that many punts for that offense, and it hasn't been a dominant offense, but with Saquon Barkley, with the ability of Jalen Hurts to tuck it and run it and throw the ball downfield to some good receivers, and they've had their issues, but to start off with that many punts, forcing that many punts, and just a couple of field goals, I would have thought, hey, they'd have been up 10 points going into halftime. Yeah. But when you lose the battle at the line of scrimmage offensively, there's not much you can do.
Jared Goff, per Next Gen Stats, 1 for 14 under pressure. The one was the JMO 40-yard touchdown, and we can't even fully celebrate that play because he picks up a dumbass penalty, which would have given them the lead. They kick an extra point from normal distance instead of further back with the wind. The one touchdown they scored even is soured because John, by the way, he's already been penalized for this once before in his career. Like, come on, dude. This is the ultimate JMO encapsulation.
Right. He
faster than everybody. Wow, look at how great this is. Mixed in with a little dumbassery. John, like that's the only touchdown they score. And they do themselves no favors. That's the one completion Goff had when he was pressured. So, yeah, like problem number one is he was pressured too often. Problem number two is he can't handle the pressure.
Well, it's okay. Normally when it's just blitz, like he's very good at dissecting and the getting rid of the ball with the blitz. But this goes back to the Minnesota game. And if you have zero time to be able to look downfield and deliver the ball, get rid of the ball, that is, and there were times where he's getting rid of the ball and it's, hey, he's dirting it because there's just nothing available. He doesn't want to take a hit, doesn't want to take a sack. It's
well, and you know what really shows up is the money downs. I don't think they did a bad job getting to third and manageable or even fourth and manageable, but John, they went a combined 3 of 18.
Yeah.
On third and fourth down, highlighted with 0 for 5 on fourth down. And I'm just going to get out in front of this. We're going to get some calls today. They're going to say he should have taken the points. And we'll talk through it.
Yeah.
Here's my thought. 3 of those 5 fourth downs that they went for it and didn't get, they were not in field goal range. So take the points was only possible with 2 of them.
Right.
And let's say he does. He sees it's a defensive game. He shifts his philosophy, plays for this one. They add 6 points, and they lose by JMO's penalty. They needed to score a touchdown. To me, it's an execution issue. I don't fault them for going for it on these fourth and manageables. You gotta convert 1 or 2 of them, which is historically what they do and how they win.
Right, and we celebrate the fact that, hey, they convert a lot of fourth downs. We love the fact that Dan Campbell's aggressive. So we can't then say, and there are people that have said, hey, it's going to bite him in the backside, and it did tonight. Like, okay, you're right. But for the most part, we love how aggressive they are, and they've needed to be aggressive at times. They needed to be aggressive last night. However, in a game where it's going to be tough, both defenses are playing extremely well. Your own defense is playing great, not just good, but great. Now, hey, 3 points makes a big difference. You give your team those 3 points and you go out there and say, instead of, well, our defense can stop them, how about 3 points and our defense can stop them?
Yeah. You wake up today, you'll notice one thing. Lions aren't in the playoffs. Not going to do doomsday. There's a lot of football left. But I think if you would have told people headed into week 12, the Lions would not be in the playoffs, it would be jarring. So, look, there's a lot to talk about today. 248-539-9797. We'll have open lines. Want to know why they lost the game, the biggest takeaway. I don't think we have to ask some convoluted question. There's a lot to talk about from that game.
Right, and it's... All right, I'm going to hit a pause button on they're not in the playoffs.
I know. It's just a wow.
But at the beginning of the season, now we didn't think that the games would play out the way that they have. But what did we say after 10 games? If they could be 6-4, get to the back end of this schedule, they'll be rocking and rolling. Yeah. We didn't think that the wins would be the wins that they have, the losses would be the losses that they've had, but we did earmark this trip to Philly as, hey, that's going to be a measuring stick game. And the offense, as we started off saying, did not measure up.
Yeah. And I do think part of this now, too, is They faced 3 top 10 scoring defenses this season. 0-3.
Yeah. Oh, and just look at Philly and Green Bay last week. Everybody was like, "Oh, Green Bay, Jordan Love, they can't score, anything against this defense." Well, okay, neither did our offense. This is a good defense, so got to give credit to Philly.
Of course.
They're a really good defense, and it may be the best defensive front. Secondary, not so much.
The reality is you got to beat 4 straight fronts that are going to be good to win a Super Bowl, and they aren't beating any of the great fronts. And again, they won't have the 1 seed. They'll have to win 4 playoff games to win a Super Bowl. John, they're effectively 3 games back of the 1 seed now. That's why this was such a big game.
Right.
So, look, we got phone calls to get to. I see you guys waiting. Ticket, text, phone calls. We're getting after it bright and early. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. Football season's heading into crunch time, and so is your calendar. Between work, family, game days, holidays, it's easy to forget about your dentist appointment. You've been putting it off. Brightside Dental makes it quick and easy, like a no-huddle offense for your smile. If you've been putting off that visit, you want to start the new year with a brighter smile, Brightside Dental. $35 new patient special. If your current dentist can't see you, Brightside can, often same day. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. It's Dan Campbell. Get to the phones. Phones and text at 248-539-9797. Let's get to Steve in Taylor. Steve, good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you this morning?
Doing all right.
Great. Hey, I'll do a couple. I'll go really fast. Two, can we say that? And one, overreaction. Can we say that maybe Dan Campbell should pass that board back upstairs? Because you guys, everybody on this radio station last week said that the strength of Philadelphia was up the middle and the weak part for Detroit were the two interior linemen. And what does he do on 3 or 4 times? He runs directly at their strength and our weakness and got stopped on all those occasions. That's number one. Number two, I think we could probably say, can we say that maybe J-Mo might have been a problem signing? I said it at the time. I didn't like spending that kind of money on a receiver. They took Tesla, and how much longer can you put up with this nonsense? It could cost you a game. It could have last night cost them a game. I mean, it didn't, but enough is enough. And then the overreaction is the Lions season is done. From this standpoint, I think they could still make the playoffs, but let's be realistic. With this current configuration, there's no way Goff with this line is going to be able to win 4 games and go to the Super Bowl. So that's what the whole season's about, and I think it's over at this point. Thanks, and I'll listen.
All right, thanks, Steve. Yeah, there's a lot to get to there. No, I don't want John Morton calling the plays. I'm okay with Dan doing it. I agree with Steve and disagree with Dan in regards to running up the middle, where you've got Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, who were manhandling the interior of that offensive line. And, I mean, I liked how Graham made him pay on that first tip pass where it ended up being an interception. When a guy jumps like that, as an offensive lineman, what do? You either punch him in the belly because he gets their hands down, or you attack their chest and you dump them on the back of their head, hoping it sends a message. You do it again, you're going to get dumped on your head every single time. I'm not sure either of those guys really care getting dumped on their head. Nope. So, but in terms of running right up the middle, I agree that I don't know that was the best plan of attack. And I also have major doubts. I don't think that I do think they'll be in the postseason. I don't think they're going to miss the postseason, but I have major doubts that they're talented enough, good enough up front to be able to get to the Super Bowl.
To win 4 straight playoff games. I agree with this assessment. Like, we're not going to cancel the season. I want to get in front of the ticket texters, the people who text in and say that it's doomsday today. No, it's just an honest assessment, guys. We're all watching the same football team.
Yeah.
Let's get to Scooter. You're on 97.1.
What's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a couple things I got to say. One, my overreaction was when I seen Jared Goff with the gloves on. I knew it was bad dead. But that's the funny part. But realistically, every game now is must win because it's really going to come down to Thanksgiving and Christmas. We got to take care of our division. If we take care of our division, we'll be okay. We got to get one playoff game at the house because we can't go on the road for all 3.
Oh, you're right. Got to beat Green Bay on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And you're looking up at Chicago right now. Got to play them at the end of the season in Week 18, and all the division games are going to matter. So throw Christmas Day in there too.
Yeah. It's funny that he said that about Jared Goff's gloves. When I saw him come out with both gloves on, I thought, I don't like it. I've had quarterbacks do that. Danny Werfel, now completely different level, Danny Werfel from Jared Goff, but he would wear the 2 gloves. He would wear them all the time. I don't like it in that situation, but I'm not going to question him. He knows what he needs to do to go out there and be successful.
You see him with the hamburger helper mitts, though, and it's.
I just don't know how they can get as good of a feel on the ball as they need.
Yeah, he was not accurate. A lot of that was the pressure, but
most of it was the pressure.
Andrea and Monroe, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Okay, so I know I'm a stereotypical Detroit fan. It was the refs, it was the officials, but come on, pass interference. Is this the NFL?
That was a horrible call at the end of the game where A.J. Brown drew the pass interference. That was horrific. I agree with you. But it didn't it cost them an opportunity, but I don't know that they would have done anything with that opportunity.
Of course we would have. We're Detroit. If it could have, would have, should have happened, we would have.
But Andrea, I watched all day. This team really struggled to move the ball. I don't think they magically get it right at the end. And I agree it was a blown call. It was a bad call. It should never have been called pass interference.
Yeah.
But if we're going to sit here and complain about a possession that coulda, woulda, shoulda, you know what I'm going to bring up? Right before the half, when Dan Campbell
didn't call timeout.
He had 3 timeouts. A.J. Brown, you guys watched the game, but A.J. Brown picks up a first down at the 5 with 1:12 to go. Use your timeout so you get a possession before the half so you can go 2 for 1. Campbell instead just lets the clock run out. You want an extra possession in a close football game? Blame your head coach for throwing one away at halftime. And again, I'm not trying to take away from her call because she's right. The officiating needs to be better at the end of the game.
Right.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, guys, unfortunately, none of us are millionaires. I know. A single Mega Millions ticket purchased in Georgia matched all 6 numbers drawn Friday night to win that jackpot worth an estimated $980 million.
Only one ticket.
Only one ticket.
Come on. That's a selfish individual.
Right? Maybe it's a club. Right? That's how they'll say they're winning it, right? It was our lottery club. The jackpot has an estimated cash value of $452.2 million.
Wow.
So drawings for the Mega Millions are on Tuesdays and Friday nights. So good luck tomorrow to win a measly, I don't know, couple $1 million.
That's all.
That's all.
Yeah, Powerball's up there, though, right?
It's getting up there, I think.
That one didn't get one yet. It's above 500.
It's still going. Yeah. Jack White will headline the Detroit Lions Thanksgiving halftime show. It's funny, we were just talking about this last week, and then the news broke. Of course, White is fresh off his Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction with the White Stripes, and it comes on the heels of last week's news that Eminem and his manager, Paul Rosenberg, will now kind of plan the Thanksgiving Day shows through 2027. So pretty cool. Another Detroit native, gospel singer CeCe Winans, will perform the national anthem. Winans has won 17 Grammy Awards. Beautiful singer, apparently,
That's cool, yeah.
including 2 earlier this year for the best gospel album. And then there's some other halftime shows at other games you may want to tune into as well. Post Malone is going to be doing the Dallas Cowboys Kansas City Chiefs game, and then Little John John will perform at the Ravens Bengals game. So
okay, all right.
Yeah. Some others to tune into.
Hear about halftimes. There you go.
Yeah, some people do and only do.
Yes.
Detroit police are searching for the suspect in an alleged shooting that happened at an unsanctioned barber shop at a Detroit high school. So police say a member of the janitorial staff was giving a 20-year-old man a haircut at Charles Wright High School after hours. And sometime during that appointment, someone opened fire, fatally shot the 20-year-old. Detroit police say the suspect is not in custody and they're looking for tips. The school district did release a statement as well, basically noting that there's no indication that any students from the high school or staff were involved in the conflict or were targeted, and they are cooperating fully with law enforcement. Jelly Roll did something for the first time in a long time, and it's something that I've seen happen in my house. Yes, he shaved his face, but he hasn't shown anyone what he looks like yet.
Oh, really?
He did it for his wife, and his wife kind of released a video of her face watching him. And as he shaved it into all sorts of different looks.
Oh, sure.
Which is what I was referring to at home. Like when Colin will shave his face, sometimes he'll just walk around with either a goatee or these crazy long
sideburns
or
chops.
Yeah, something ridiculous, but it'll keep it for a half hour and then
right. Yeah, he won't leave the house. It's just for your benefit. Yes. Wait till the kids get a little bit older and they become even more creative.
Yes. So he hasn't shown his face yet, but his wife said, it's not a terrible look.
It's not a ringing endorsement.
No.
Yeah. Hey, your face, grow it back.
Not terrible. Finally, a poll says that this year, Americans will spend about $1,000 on Thanksgiving. That's for travel, for food, and other expenses. So the breakdown is $293 on travel, whether that's gas, plane tickets, or hotels, $175 on food, $110 on drinks, $83 on decorations.
Wow.
Oh,
Like the centerpieces and
Yeah.
tablecloths and things, and then $291 on other random stuff.
That's an expensive day.
It is.
Yeah. Well,
The
it's
travel will
Thanksgiving,
get
though.
you.
Yeah,
Yes.
the travel adds up fast.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We'll keep talking about the Lions. Want to hear from you guys. Phones and texts, 248-539-9797. A lot to discuss. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, Heather here. Verizon wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, think again. Not only do they let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. Plus, when you mention hearing this radio ad, Verizon will give you up to $50 towards an in-store gift just for bringing in your bill for review. Visit your local Detroit Verizon store today for a better deal. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. No purchase necessary for gift. Limit 50 redemptions per store and 1 per customer. Apple products excluded. No credit for redemptions less than $50. Additional terms apply. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
Dan Miller on the call, J-Mo with the touchdown, and J-Mo with the penalty.
So frustrating. But I will say this.
Took a point off the board.
Okay, it took a point off the board, but I don't know, even if there was no wind, when that ball left the foot,
It was bad.
it was not, it was going to be pushed right. It was already right.
But from a standpoint of you got a chance to take the lead,
Yes.
and you made it harder on your kicker in the elements.
Yes.
It's the most J-Mo play ever. It's, wow, look, no one can catch this guy. In a
And then
league
it's-
full of world-class athletes, no one can catch this guy.
Right.
And then you're, damn it, you idiot, why did you do that?
Yeah.
And it was a very frustrating night for the Lions. That was their measuring stick game. How do you stack up? They don't.
No,
They couldn't.
don't.
John, money downs. Got to have it. 3rd and 4th down. 3 of 18, 0 for 5 on 4th down. I asked you point blank to start the show why'd they lose that game, and I think you were spot on with your answer. The offensive line got dominated by the Eagles' defensive line. Jared Goff, under pressure. Jared Goff, not good enough. I mean, there's a million other things. I don't love how Dan Campbell ended the first half with all 3 timeouts. I think J-Mo throwing a point away is careless in a game that's going to be tight, right? There's all kinds of things you can point to in this football game, but it's at its most basic level. Detroit cannot handle high-end defensive fronts. They will have to win 4 of those games in the playoffs to win a Super Bowl because they're not getting the 1 seed.
No, and at best you'll have 1 at home.
Yeah,
And that's if you go and win the division.
which is not a gimme.
No.
They're not in the playoffs right now.
No, they're 3rd in the division right now behind Green Bay and the Bears.
Damn Bears. Let's get to the phones. Kevin and Macomb, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, so a couple things. So, for one, that Jahmyr Gibbs pick is looking better and better every day on the positive. On the negative, though, I'd have to say the stat of the night was Isaac Tesla, 0 targets, and that's with the Lions without Laporta. I just think that's going to be an indictment for the whole season, in my opinion. And not only that, these last 2 draft classes that Holmes has had, I mean, it's just been awful, in my opinion. The guy from Ohio State that they drafted, that defensive tackle, I mean, I don't even know if he's on the field sometimes.
He showed up in the short yardage early, but I think your bigger point, Kevin, is a good one. Like on a night where Jalen Phillips is wrecking the edge for a 3rd-round pick, Detroit used 3/3 on a guy who can't even get the football.
And Laporta's not even playing, so
Right.
it's like you would think that he maybe get out there. And I mean, Laporta is just invaluable in my opinion. I mean, I've heard some callers and people on the radio station say they would be okay with letting him go and not paying him, and I just think it's like this game once again, and like last year there was a couple games where he wasn't playing, and we need Laporta. He is he's a valuable asset on our team.
So the latest with him, just so people understand, he's on IR, meaning he's going to miss at least 4 games. That was one of them. He'll also miss the Giants, Thanksgiving Day with the Packers, and the Cowboys the week after. And it's no gimme he returns for the Rams after that.
Right, yeah, because as I understand, it's a back, right?
Yep.
And backs can be a little bit weird in terms of recovery and how long or short it takes to recover. Now, he's young. Hopefully, youth plays a part, and he heals quickly. But here's where I think we missed him the most. You're 0 for 5 on 4th downs. Now, not all of those were runs, but his ability, and Dan Campbell has talked about this, Sam Laporta in the run game as a blocker is really good. And there was one of them, and I can't remember which one it was. It was earlier in the game where, hey, everybody's pinching down to try and be able to pick up the 1st down, and it's Amon-Ra St. Brown that is left with blocking, cutting off a defensive end. Yeah. If he's not there in that position and it's Laporta, I think you might end up with the 1st. You actually convert one, and then who knows what happens. So, who knows if Sam Laporta would have played, if there'd have been anything different. But I do think that it is costly in a number of different ways. The pass game certainly, but also in the run game.
Keith in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
2 thoughts. Well, first, Dan Campbell got to go for the points. When the weather's like it is, you were at the 30-yard line, kick the field goal. And then the second thing is, I agree, Sam Laporta, on them short passes, he catches it and get up the field. And thirdly, they played a hell of a defensive game to win this game. And I think the schedule fits the Lions now. They didn't went through the rough part of it. And they got 3 games at home. They can win all 3 games at home. And they're going to beat Chicago because I think Chicago is just is playing to get, a lot of their wins were against losing teams. And then, and they're going to beat Minnesota. I think the Lions going to go like 12-5 for the season. But they got to get those players back.
But Keith, but then what? Like, fine, they make the playoffs. But then what? You're going to have to face top 10 defenses and elite fronts, and this team has failed each time they faced one.
By that time, you get your linemen back. Okay, on me, I didn't see no jet sweeps yesterday. You don't run after their strength, you run around their strength. And they used Damo more in the passing game, but they could win, man. I'm just telling you, they got a lot of injuries. Even the backups on the defense is playing like lights out, but they need the offense to get back the lineman. The lineman is the key to the Lions winning. That if they get that line, if they get Mahogany back, and you got a good Keith, team can go far in the playoffs.
They had Mahogany when they faced Green Bay the first time and Kansas City.
That was anomaly, man. That's the first game of the season.
Well, I'm telling you, every time they face a top 10 defense, they get their ass handed to them.
Well, wasn't he there against Minnesota as well?
Yeah, he was there against Minnesota.
So, Minnesota, that was on Morton. They still had a chance to win the game.
Or maybe it's on them for not being good enough. Like, at what point did we just reach that conclusion?
Don't say that, man. Don't say that. Those guys are professionals, and Dan Campbell's a great coach. He's going to get them back in the game. We got to stop with this naysaying. All the Lions ain't doing this.
Keith, I agree in regards to. I do think that Dan Campbell,
yes, a little slip,
is a terrific coach.
Me too.
And I think this is a quality team. But when you're talking about being good to possibly being great and winning a Super Bowl, you need a better performance by your offensive line. And when you face those good defensive fronts, the Eagles, and you face the Chiefs, and you face the Packers to start the season, honestly, the only defensive front where I'm looking at it going, okay, I could say Cleveland, yeah, as a defensive front.
Yes.
You just need more from that offensive line, and I'm curious as to why Isaac TeSlaa is not a part of this offense at all.
248-539-9797. He also, in that phone call, brought up Dan needs to take the points.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of 5 million phone calls we take today making that point. Mm-hmm. Here's what I'll say. If he takes the points, only 2 of them were in field goal range. They do not win the game. This team has gotten where they've gotten, division champs back-to-back years, NFC title game a couple years ago, by going for it. They needed to convert. They needed to execute. You had 5 chances on 4th and manageable. 0 for 5. You have to execute. You get 1 in the red zone, it makes up for all the other misses. They could not execute. Now, I got issues with how Dan Campbell ended the half with all 3 timeouts. Mm-hmm. I do have a question for you, John. The fake punt. It was pointed out the Eagles left their starting D-line and linebackers on the field. They weren't going to be fooled. As a head coach, do you have to wave off the fake punt when you see that?
No, it doesn't come from the head coach.
Okay, does Dave Phipp?
No, it doesn't come from Dave Phipp. It comes in coaching before the game even starts, and you tell everybody on that punt team, hey, if they leave their defensive front in there, if our starting offensive line can't block them, we don't expect you to either. So you call off the fake punt, you kick the ball, and you live to put your defense out there that has been really good.
Yep. And we'll say it again, say it a million times today. Man, did they waste a great defensive performance. They came out sudden change, short field, stop after stop after stop, and gave them chance after chance after chance.
And I don't know who was the one that calls that off. I don't think it's Jack Foss. I gotta believe it's Grant Stewart, the one that's getting the ball. He's probably the one with the cadence and everything. And so as soon as you see that starting defensive front out there, hey, whatever the word is, you call that word and you punt the ball.
We said it. There are no shortage of things to complain about, to be unhappy about. It's a measuring stick game. They didn't measure up. We'll get more of your phone calls, your feedback. 702 Overreact Jim. Some stories from around the NFL and college football. It's 97.1. Guys, it is the Red Tag sales event at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Check out the 2026 Equinox LT. It's sporty, efficient, and ready for every weekend. You can lease one starting at $279 a month with $999 down for GM employees and immediate family members. Find yours today, MoranExpress.com. Visit Moran Chevrolet on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Yeah, that was a theme. Under pressure, Jared Goff 1 of 14 when pressured. Measuring stick game. We all saw it. They're not there. Let's get to the phones. We got Overreact Gyms at 7:02. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to give my opinion before going to work. I love Goff. He's not the answer. He's an in-pocket passer quarterback. Once the offensive line collapses, Goff collapses. They should have went more with the run game or rely on Williams. St. Brown's not the answer either. I'm sorry to say that.
Well, Chris, I don't disagree with you. I do think Goff can be the answer, but knowing what he needs, I think that actually this game was lost back in March and April when you didn't address the offensive line. You lose a guard, and then you have a center that retires, but you don't address it except for a 6th-round pick and a 2nd-round pick and a 12-year vet that is playing out of position.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, too. You got to remember Philadelphia's got 2 All-American college national champ on their D-line also, which makes a huge difference.
Yeah, in that way, it's a nightmare matchup. Their strength is our weakness, and you saw it play out for 4 quarters.
And what was the number one reason why they were Super Bowl champs last year?
Their front.
Defense.
Yeah, their defensive front dominated Kansas City.
Yeah, to your point about Jared Goff, 14 of 37 for the game.
Right. Not great. And okay, there's enough blame to go around. Certainly some of it lands on Jared Goff's shoulders, but I don't know what you expect him to do when as soon as he sets to throw the ball, even on a 5-step drop,
he's dead.
He's got somebody in his face or he's already taking a hit. A lot of those incompletions. And because his numbers are look terrible for the game, a lot of those incompletions are him just getting rid of the ball so that they don't lose yardage and take a sack.
And I know the guy said they should have run the ball more. 21 carries, 74 yards, 3.5 yards a carry. They just weren't getting a push.
Right.
So you're right. And as bad as Goff's numbers look, a couple Jahmyr Gibbs screen passes.
Oh yeah,
have boosted.
Yeah, what was it? 14 completions, and he's with 255 yards.
Yeah, it was pretty rough, John. And here's the truth, though: the Lions are who they are. They're going to go for it on 4th down. Goff is who he is. He's not going to handle pressure because he's not mobile. Well, how do you help Goff? How do you convert those 4ths? You have to be not good, great up front on the offensive line. They are not a great offensive line. Therefore, all the other problems. Why are they going for it so much? We weren't complaining when they were converting them.
Yeah.
Well, they're not converting them because Goff can't escape and because he's under siege.
And when you're on the 6-yard line, it's 4th and goal, and you're going for it. You're going for it because you believe that your all-world right tackle is. Now, I don't expect him to be perfect, but in that situation, that's why he's making the big money.
Exactly. That stung for so many reasons. 1, you didn't get it, right? 2, it's your franchise right tackle who gets beat.
Mm-hmm.
And 3, the guy who beats him is an addition made by an aggressive general manager in Philadelphia. Let's get to Mike. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. I just had a couple of points, and then I will listen. The JMO penalty. It only cost us 1 point, and tell me that there haven't been celebrations in the NFL that were significantly longer than that one, more in-depth at that one. I hate the rule. I don't think it's unsportsmanlike conduct. Why do we penalize these guys for trying to have fun?
Because you can't use the goalpost. Everyone knows that.
Okay. The Brian Branch hit, same deal. Every time Brian Branch lays the wood to somebody,
it was helmet to helmet.
Going forward.
Mike, it's helmet to helmet.
Yeah, I'm not going to blame the officials on that one either. I went as soon as it happened, I'm like, that's a flag, and there it was.
Okay, maybe I saw it differently then. But the 0 for 5 on 4th downs, I think, and I know you guys have talked about it a bunch, if we take the points in the 2 that were available and then use one of the best punters in the NFL to flip the field in a game where our defense is playing out of their minds, maybe things turn out differently.
They're in a position to win it with a field goal late. No, I get what you're saying, Mike. I do.
Yeah.
Then they're in a position where a field goal wins the game late if they took those points earlier. They got to convert them.
Yeah.
You can't go 0 for 5 on fourth down, and this team very rarely fails that frequently on money downs. I mean, take third and fourth down. 3 of 18.
It's not good enough to win a game.
And, John, they weren't third and a million. They wasn't third and 10 or third and 12. It was third and 4, third and 3, fourth and 1, fourth and 2.
On a day where your defense does play at a level that should have been a win. That was a winning performance on defense.
Texts 248-539-9797. Goff never steps up in the pocket. He can't take pressure. We need a more mobile quarterback. And Randy says Goff is the reason for the season. He's a granny in a uniform.
I wholeheartedly disagree with that. But you have to know your personnel. And the personnel says, hey, Goff is not mobile. So what do we have to do for a statue in the pocket? You have to protect him. And I'll even go back to what I said just a few minutes ago. I think this game was lost back in February, March, and April when you don't address the offensive line with free agency. I know they got Ratledge in the draft, but you have to protect Jared Goff in their losses. Green Bay to start the season, Minnesota, this one. He had 0 time to throw the ball.
John and Wixom, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Great show. I just wanted to make a couple comments here about the loss. I mean, first of all, let's just say Detroit could win the Super Bowl and we'd still have something to complain about somehow. But the game yesterday, yeah, we lost. It was a measuring stick game. It's what you do after that game that I think we have the right people to turn this ship around, like Dan Campbell, number one. That practice this week, I would not want to be part of. I'm sure, John, you can probably explain this better than anyone. After a loss, you're going to reflect. You're going to learn. You're going to get better. You're going to decide and determine where you improve and how much you improve by the actions of the following week. I pity the next team we play because we will beat the living crap out of those guys.
But John,
What does that prove beating down a coachless Giants team?
And respectfully, it's the Giants. And respectfully here, I'm sick of we're going to bounce back and this will be good for us. To win a Super Bowl, you can't lose and then bounce back. You have to win 4 consecutive games. It's not enough to go, well, we'll learn from this. Why didn't they learn from Minnesota?
Right.
Why didn't they learn from Kansas City? Why didn't they learn from Green Bay? Those are the 3 best defenses they've faced this season.
Well, and here's the issue. You lose to Minnesota the way that you did. You got owned at both lines of scrimmage. Now, you didn't get owned on the defensive line of scrimmage this game, but you did on the offensive side of things, and you bounce back against Washington. And we all love that Dan Campbell was calling plays. But now it is you lose to Philly, and if you bounce back against the New York Giants, who cares?
Right. Because then you're going to get Green Bay.
And that's the next test. That's the one that you have to pass.
Must win. Have to win. They called this a must win. Right? Aiden Hutchinson said in the week leading up, this is a must win. It was a must win if they were going to get the 1 seed. Now they are 2.5, call it 3 games back. They're not getting the 1 seed. Now, that doesn't mean you cancel the season, but let's say that out loud what it means. It means they have to win 4 consecutive playoff games. You can't lose one and then go back to practice and talk about the mentality of this team because it will be the off season. We'll get to Overreact Gyms coming up next. College and pro, some of the biggest storylines from the weekend in sports. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Lions win a combined 3 for 18 on 3rd and 4th down in last night's 16-9 loss to the Eagles in Philadelphia. That included a dismal 0 for 5 rate on 4th down alone. After the game, Dan Campbell said his aggression, for better or worse, may have cost his team the game. Campbell's undeniable nature as a play caller led to a failed fake punt attempt in Detroit territory, a missed scoring opportunity on 4th down in the red zone, a stuffed 1-yard rush attempt, and other disappointing outcomes. The Lions are now 3rd in the NFC North at 6-4. After a 2-1 win over the New York Rangers last night, the Red Wings are now 11-7-1 this year. They return to LCA tomorrow to host the Seattle Kraken. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Overreact gyms. Let's get after it. All right, we'll get after it here. Your overreact gyms from the weekend. Texas will not make the college football playoff. 3 losses. They won't play for a conference title. They lost to a 7-loss Florida team this year. The resume is disqualifying. They just got blown out by Georgia. Wave goodbye, everybody. They're done.
Yeah, they're done. They lost to Ohio State. They lost to Florida. I think, whether it's the Florida game or it's Georgia, it doesn't matter. There's 3 losses. Now, they do have the chance to spoil Texas A&M's season a little bit, maybe a bye, but
kick them out of it.
Yeah, I think any team with 3 losses at this point is out. I don't think this is an overreaction.
Oh, wow, I disagree. I think this is an overreaction for right now because they can beat A&M, get a signature win. 3 losses I don't think is out yet. There's a lot of football left to play, a lot of ACC teams floating in there. If they kind of just win out and then sit on the sideline, I think they could still sneak in at 12.
I'm with the Mafia.
At 12.
Well, 11.
11. He means the last spot. Steve Sarkisian is Cowboy James Franklin. 1-7 in top 5 games at Texas. His offense shrivels up. They can't run the ball. The red zone becomes an issue. Sark, for his career, has 1 conference championship. Call it what it is. James Franklin with a cowboy hat.
I think, okay, I know what the numbers say. I think this is an overreaction right now. He's definitely on the James Franklin path. But I think James Franklin did that over, almost a decade at Penn State. Sark hasn't been there that long. I'm going to give him just another year or two, another year with, and whatever he does at the quarterback position. I don't know that Arch is the answer for next year, but I'm going to allow him a little bit more time.
This is not an overreaction. He is Cowboy James Franklin, and I love it, by the way. I love the name. 91-55 overall in his coaching career. That's just not very good. 4-5 in bowl games, 2-2 in the college football playoff. Cowboy James Franklin made a playoff. Yeah. He didn't do much in it.
Yeah.
Got lucky and got SMU at home.
On the flip side, Oklahoma will make the college football playoff. They've beaten Bama in Tuscaloosa. They won at ranked Tennessee at night. Also beat ranked Michigan, too, for what it's worth. Gives them 3 top 25 wins, no bad losses, and the rest of their schedule, Mizzou and LSU at home.
All right, well, I'm not giving them any credit for beating Michigan at home, but they've got 2 games left at home, Missouri and LSU. I think they win both those games, and if I'm going on the same premise of Texas is out with 3 losses, Oklahoma's in with only 2 losses.
Yeah, this is not an overreaction. I think they're in. You said it, Jim. Road wins at Tennessee and at Alabama. They survived their schedule. Hopefully no letdown for them. I do think they're a little vulnerable this coming week. We shall see. But I don't see how they can't make it at this point. And they would have a tiebreaker over Michigan.
Thanks, Ken Maeda. Speaking of Michigan, Ohio State will come into Ann Arbor favored by 2 touchdowns and cover the spread. Bryce is still very much a freshman, like many we've seen before. He had 3 turnovers in the fourth quarter against Northwestern. I'm giving him the 3rd on the botched handoff on the 4th and 1. But he also threw 2 dumb interceptions. He has 7 touchdowns to 5 picks on the year. OSU is rolling. They won't make the same mistake they did last year.
I don't think this is an overreaction at all. And say whatever you want about their offense and not going up against elite defenses. They're going to play a good defense at Michigan, but it all comes down to the offensive side of things. This is a better offense than Michigan had last year, except I just don't trust that if they're a 2-touchdown favorite, I would anticipate that Ohio State's going to score 3 touchdowns. Does Michigan score 1? And you can't rely on field goals.
Right, Tom?
this is an overreaction. After last year, all bets are off on this game. Like, I can't believe Michigan went down there and won still last year. And if Michigan gets this, especially with their offensive line, hey, we're going to dominate them in the trenches. They'll be able to run the ball, keep the game close. I just think until I see Ohio State do it at this point, it's one of the good things Sharon Moore can do.
To me, it would take a very similar game plan by Ryan Day and Ohio State not to attack the secondary and to say, we're going to beat you running the game. I don't have a lot of respect for Ryan Day for a lot of different things, but I got to think that he has some semblance of common sense.
No, he got into some physical, bleeping match last year because he wanted to out-bully Michigan.
Right, I don't think he does that this year.
Well, until I see it.
Do me.
Sam, I know, John, sometimes figuring people are dumb.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold is not a franchise quarterback. He's not someone you build around. 4 interceptions in a big game against a real defensive front this week.
So I'm not sure what you're defining as a franchise quarterback. Do I think he is one of the best 32 quarterbacks in the world? Yes.
That's a starter. I would say a franchise guy is one of the 10 to 12 best in the sport.
Okay, so he's not a top 10 quarterback. Yeah, that's not an overreaction.
This is not an overreaction. He's not a franchise quarterback. A franchise quarterback is somebody that you can win a Super Bowl with. And I'm going to tell you this right now. The Eagles and the Rams won their games because their quarterbacks didn't lose the game. I think Jared Goff lost the game last night. I think he's the primary reason. That completion percentage is a joke. Brendan had the stat earlier in one of his updates. A 70% quarterback with that percentage or higher has never thrown for 44 or whatever it was with Goff. I mean, it is what it is, guys.
It says Mew. Myles Garrett will break the NFL single-season sack record. He had 4 this weekend. He has 15 in 10 games, 1 away from his career high, and on pace for 25.5. Move over, Strahan.
Yeah, and you look at the teams that they play. They've got the Titans. I would expect that that's a multi-sack day. The Bears, probably the same thing. The Steelers, same thing. Bengals, same thing. Yeah, I think he breaks it.
Yeah, this is not an overreaction. I think at this point it's the one thing they can play for too, by the way. So they're situationally going to try to get this. And maybe, I think he might get to 27 or something like that. The sad result here is that he's going to break TJ Watt and Michael Strahan's, John, record of 22.5.
And I'll be cheering the whole way.
The Chargers' offensive line will cost them a playoff spot. They're in right now, but Herbert was pressured on 48% of dropbacks, second highest figure for him this season. They're 7-4, but for how long? There are no good solutions coming out of the bye week.
No, I don't think this is an overreaction. I do think they miss out just because they've been brutalized by injuries on the offensive line. And, they ended up pulling Justin Herbert, early in the fourth quarter just so he wouldn't get hurt. They play the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Texans, the Broncos.
How about those fronts?
Yeah, if you can't block them up, it's going to be a long rest of the season.
All right, I'm going to treat this much like I did Texas. I think this is an overreaction for right now. They do have 7 wins already. 9 or 10 is probably going to get you in. The bottom of the AFC is that last spot's really going to be up for grabs. You're including teams like the Jags and Texans. You think both of them would make it?
Well, but a team like the Chiefs who's out, I'm not willing to bury yet.
You're right. I think the Chiefs are the one team that will get in, but there'll still be that 7th spot sitting there. And I don't trust the Steelers to be a wild card because I think the Ravens are coming.
Yeah.
So I just think for now there's so much football left. Same thing I said with Texas. Although, yeah, with the defenses that they have to play, who knows?
Depth.
The Detroit Pistons are more likely to win their conference than the Detroit Lions. We now know what's going to happen for Detroit. They're going to have to win 4 playoff games to win a Super Bowl. They will have to win 3 playoff games to win the NFC, and we know these defensive fronts are going to cause them problems. In the NBA, the East is wide open. In the NBA, Cade Cunningham can be a closer. Tom's already talked about how he has questions about Goff closing. The Pistons have a better chance to win their conference than the Lions.
It's so early in the NBA season. To me, it's an overreaction at this point. And so I'm not sitting here, I'm not predicting that either win their conference or that the Lions do, especially with the way the offensive line has played. However, if you can get Mahogany back, and I don't know what type of injury Ratledge is dealing with, it's a long shot, I think, to win the NFC and to be able to win 3 playoff games to get to the Super Bowl. And quite honestly, they've never done it before, so I don't know why I wouldn't say this is an overreaction. I just think that today we're all feeling bad. We're all feeling down. This to me right now, with as early as the NBA season is an overreaction because we don't know, is Cade ever going to come back? I mean, we all think he will.
Of course.
I just think it's too early.
John, I think that's the closest you've ever come to going SOL with that comment, that they've never done it before. You never refer to the franchises past that much in terms of like evaluating one season team.
Right.
So, yeah, congratulations. Welcome to the club.
I did not go SOL,
Okay,
just to make sure that we're clearly defined on that.
We're divvying up 4% and 5% chances right now is what we're really doing. So I'm with John. I think it's an overreaction that the Pistons could actually play in the NBA Finals because they haven't won a playoff series yet with Cade and this group.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions have at least won playoff games with this group, although my confidence was pretty shot last night.
That was a different offensive line that won playoff games before.
I know.
All right, those are your overreact, Gyms. Today's football coverage presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We're going to spend more time on the Lions and more of your feedback and the fallout from Sunday night. It's 97.1.
Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdown to who's going to win. And with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on all the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any and every snap. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to bet on tonight's game. And that's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I see you guys on hold. We'll get back to the Lions calls. First, Heather with the news.
Yep, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So, Detroit native and recent Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee Jack White will headline the Lions' Thanksgiving Day game. It's great. His selection comes on the heels of last week's news that Eminem and his manager, Paul Rosenberg, will serve as the executive producers of the show and the following shows through 2027.
Yep.
So, that's exciting news. Another Detroit native will also be performing the national anthem, gospel singer CeCe Winans.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I think it's
set to be
gonna
a good.
both will be good.
Yes, and remember, it will air at 1 p.m.
John.
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
It's annoying.
How could they?
I know. How dare they move it?
Tradition.
A California woman is potentially facing years in prison for her alleged role in this elaborate retail fraud scheme that spanned multiple states, including here in Michigan. And it involves stolen credit card information to purchase thousands and thousands of dollars in gift cards. So this woman was actually arrested last week by Canton police. And police say that she drove from California to Michigan, where she hit nearly a dozen stores, purchased about $10,000 worth of gift cards using stolen credit card information. And then those gift cards were then either resold or used to purchase these high-end electronics that would be for sale overseas or domestically as well. Police believe this woman basically would do this daily, purchase up to $5,000, $10,000 in gift cards every day. They say this was her full-time job, and she was part of a larger retail crime organization. She's facing 17 counts of identity theft and is being held in Wayne County Jail on a $50,000 cash bond. A Detroit man is lucky to be alive after this really wild crash that took place while he was exiting the Lodge Freeway on Thursday night. So police say this 37-year-old driver was speeding, driving his Kia while exiting the Lodge to Wyoming when he crashed through the freeway fencing, went airborne, overturned on top of a Dodge Ram truck. The driver then was partially ejected, they say, got pinned between the truck and his vehicle. Firefighters had to cut the driver free. Like I said, he survived, was taken to the hospital. And Michigan State Police are using this incident basically to remind everybody how excessive speeding is very dangerous, especially on freeway ramps, right? You need to slow down when you're entering or exiting a highway.
Yep.
And just, they say, hey, make sure you're following the speed limit and yellow warning signs. Be careful out there. This is pretty cool. If you live in Oakland County, specifically in the Pontiac area, you may have had a Amazon delivery by drone. And within the hour. So they just started this drone delivery for like hour, depending on what you purchase, right? It's not for every single item on Amazon. But they say homes within about 7 to 8 miles of the Amazon fulfillment center in Pontiac can get their deliveries within an hour by drone.
And it just drops near your front porch?
Oh, it's on the roof. Shoot.
I'm just curious as to...
I wanted to see it. There was a little video of the drone, which was cool because obviously it's a big drone. It's not...
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it just gets as close to your...
When did this start?
It just
It just started this weekend? I'm curious if anybody's had this happen.
I'd like to see it.
Where did you say this is happening at?
Well, it's in Oakland County, specifically in Pontiac, but also could be in parts of Auburn Hills, Bloomfield Township, Waterford.
Right, yeah.
And then it is expected to expand to other areas. They say Amazon also plans to offer drone delivery for its site in Hazel Park. And they say when that begins, it would serve homes within an 8-mile radius of that center.
I'm also curious just to see what this looks like because there are, especially leading into the Christmas season, there are so many Amazon deliveries. Like, are we going to just see the skies littered with drones?
I don't think so because you do. It's not up to Amazon. You have to choose this delivery.
Oh, okay.
But if you want it within an hour, I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of people that will do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, there probably will be, but I bet it will be very. I don't know. I picture being very limited to what you can use, what item you can use.
Yeah.
You know, if it's a larger purchase, you're not going to use a drone.
Yeah.
No, it's got to be something semi-small, right?
And not fragile.
True. The China. No.
Yes.
It's Heather with the news. All right, let's get back to the phone calls. Lions fans, there's no shortage of things to complain about from that Sunday night game. We spent a lot of time building that up, really, for a couple years now. How do the Lions match up with the Eagles? Well, not well.
Nope.
Specifically, their D-line overwhelming Detroit's offensive line. I think it all comes back to that. It's what creates 0 for 5 on fourth down. It's what creates Jared Goff turning into a pumpkin. It's what creates a loss.
They got dominated up front. And it wasn't just the 3 interior offensive linemen. It was the tackles as well. It was the tight ends when they were in short yardage goal line situations. It was just a poor performance.
And I know we've already received texts and a call on the officiating blunder. Well, Lions should have got one more chance.
Right, yeah, they should have.
Sure. I don't know that they would have done anything with it.
That's the question that we don't know the answer to.
And they had squandered so many opportunities all day that their defense, quite frankly, kept giving them.
Mm-hmm.
Defense played great. They wasted a stellar defensive performance. And if you want to complain about a possession that you didn't get, blame Dan Campbell at the half. Going into half with 3 timeouts.
Mm-hmm.
248-539-9797. Like I said, you want to complain about J-Mo, you want to complain about Jalen Phillips and the moves that the Eagles make that we don't. There's a lot, and we leave it to you. Let's get to Tony in Ferndale. You're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
It's going all right.
I'm going to steal Carson Anderson's bit for the week. My champ and chump of the week. Pretty simple. Champ of the week, Kelvin Shepard, actually performed with limited weapons as he's continued to do. I think he's won our votes here in Detroit. Chump of the week, not John Morton, because he really doesn't have a purpose anymore by the sounds of it, but I'll say Brad Holmes. Again, like you've been saying, John, all morning, where, no moves on the offensive line in the offseason, at the beginning of the season, and at the deadline. It's just unacceptable, and that's what happens. This is the fruits of our labor for Brad Holmes being terrified to pick up a phone and make a phone call to get someone in the door, anyone, and he did nothing. And now this is the price that we pay. So, and then the chumps of the millennium are the NFL officiating. Absolute joke, softest league in the world.
Well, okay. We're not taking votes, but noted. And
passing along to the guys.
I don't know. There was one offensive lineman that was moved, and he is now an LA Charger. It's not working out for them. No. In the addition of having that offensive lineman pinning that was originally in New Orleans. I don't know that there was really anyone that you were going to be able to go out there and get. I don't know that there wasn't. My point is, if you go back to February, March, and April, when Zeitler decides that for his own personal reasons he wants to go down to Tennessee, you lose him. And all you do is, and I'm fine with drafting Ratledge. I think he's going to be good.
Me too.
But there was no depth on the offensive line. Now Mahogany's out. Ratledge is dealing with an injury, and I know he came back, gutted through that game, but you're working with a second-round pick that is hurt going against Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. And I think the bigger mistake is when Frank retired, that at that time you weren't able to go out there and improve the interior 3, and you're going into the season with Graham Glasgow as your starting center.
Like Ratledge, the pick is fine, good even. You're replacing multiple guys. Ratledge is not going to replace multiple guys in the interior of the offensive line. Certainly not as a rookie.
Right.
Let's get back to the phones. Tony, another Tony. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, this is on Goff. You guys keep blaming the offensive line. This Sean McVay spotted it. He knows more football than you'll ever know, John. And I'm tired of you defending that guy, and I mean it.
Okay. All right,
really
let's go.
I'm tired of all you guys defending Jared Goff. He's not the guy that's going to take anybody to the Super Bowl, and that's the bottom line.
I'm not holding Goff blameless. But what do you expect him to do when he's laying on his back?
Don't tell me he killed 4 drives with his arm. I watched it. He throws at the shins when there's not a defender in 5 yards. This guy is not a $50 million quarterback unless you want to sell tickets. Now stop it, and I mean it.
Okay, well, thank you. Noted and under advisement. But did I ever say that Goff was blameless in this game?
Why did Sean McVay get rid of him? Why? Ask yourself that. How come Sean McVay got rid of that guy?
Because he wilts under pressure. Because he wilts under pressure.
Not good enough. It doesn't matter. There's nothing perfect in the NFL. Sean McVay knew it.
Right, yeah, there is nothing perfect in the NFL, and no one's sitting here and telling you that Jared Goff is perfect. What I'm telling you is if you're going into the season with Jared Goff, you better protect him. Are they protecting him? No.
Listen, you can't ask him to move one step left, one step right, and deliver a football accurately. He can't even do it with wide open people. And everyone says, oh, Tom Brady wasn't mobile. If I hear that again, I don't know what I'm going to do. If you're trying to bring him to Tom Brady's level,
that's not what we're doing.
He couldn't carry Tom Brady's water.
No, he couldn't carry Peyton Manning's water either. But was Peyton Manning mobile? No. One of the things that Goff is he's a smart quarterback. And he's able to dissect things and get rid of the ball. He was given zero time to do it.
Tony's arguing with people that aren't even here right now. Who's comparing him to Brady and Peyton Manning?
No one.
Yeah, I'm just going to put it like this, okay? Jared Goff has limitations. We know what those limitations are.
Yeah.
We know who he is. They know who he is. You're not going to win that way. He's all fired up today, man. It's 97-1.
Hey, well, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank. That's First Merchants Bank, and I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. If you want to get started on your personalized financial solution today, all you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Yeah, man, I think a lot of people can relate.
I mean it. Or what? You gonna wag your finger at me again?
Sean McVay knows more football than you, John.
It was funny too at the break because Heather asked the question like, I wonder where he's calling from.
Yeah, like
is he calling from the kitchen table and his wife is going to come down and be like, "What? Who are you yelling at?"
Was he in the bed? Was he in his bedroom? Was he pacing the family room? Was he in the car? Was he at work? Like in a storage
was he on
closet?
The John?
Like where was
Talking
he?
To the John?
Getting so fired up.
All right, look, there's a lot to complain about, a lot to be unhappy about. Got a bunch of phone calls to take this morning. It's not a Lions victory Monday.
Yeah.
A measuring stick game, they didn't measure up. And now you face the reality. They're not going to have the 1 seed.
Yeah.
And this offensive line gets overwhelmed with all the great defenses they faced this year. They have faced 4 defenses in the top half of the league. They faced 3 top 10 scoring defenses. They've lost every single one of them. The idea that they're going to win 4 consecutive playoff games, yikes. Let's get to the phones. Let's start with Pat and Romeo. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, yeah, that guy was fired up, by the way. He should be like a substitute teacher. But,
he might be.
No, but, the little pace here, I know everyone's getting hung up about the 4th downs and going for it. My thing yesterday, I thought Campbell had a bad game. I don't think he read the tea leaves. Like, that game was field position. No one was moving the ball. Our defense played great. And I thought there was a couple times we were at midfield. We could have pinned them, but we were always going 70, 80 yards, and they were going 40 yards, 50 yards.
Yep.
And I thought we could have shortened the field quite a few times, and we didn't.
Well, especially with the way the defense was playing. If you're playing field position in a game where weather mattered, and you're able to with the best, one of the best punters in the league, if not the best punter in the league, pin them inside the 15 or even inside the 10, they weren't doing much offensively either.
No, they did nothing the whole game. I mean, we gave them the pick. I just felt like, Jalen Hurts could have made the mistake, and we could have got a nice short field at some point. But, right around the 40, 50-yard line, we were going for it and going for it and going for it. And why not kick them down there, and they're not doing anything, and maybe we get the ball at the 40 and we get a short field. And I thought we missed a couple opportunities to do that.
Yeah, and one of the things that we talked about was the turnover battle. Now, it was only 1 turnover, but it was costly, and it cost them 3 points. Thankfully, the defense held them to just 3 points in that situation.
And then the only other thing I always wonder, I've been saying this for the last 2 years, when it's short yardage, I love Gibbs, and he's absolutely one of the best players in the game. Why is David Montgomery not getting the ball on short yardage sometimes?
I think you're talking the
I just
first,
feel like he's a hammer.
Yeah, the first 4th and 1 of the day, it was Gibbs and not Montgomery. The second 4th and short was the fake punt. And that's killing you because you see the Eagles left their starting front out there. And if we know the Lions offensive line can't block Jalen Carter, and
why would we expect the punt team to do it?
Yeah, let's
surprise, they're not setting up for a punt return. They don't care if their returner gets just absolutely demolished. It's going to be a fair catch, or it's going to be, it's going to be something where there's no return. So what are we doing running a fake punt in that situation? There needs to be, I'm sure there is. And the question that I'm going to ask Dan tomorrow, and I'm sure he'll get asked it today, who calls that off? It can't just be, hey, we're running this no matter what, because they stack the defensive front. Is Grant Stewart the one he's the one that's taking the snap? Is he looking at going, I could pick this up even if we don't block anybody?
Yeah, I think it's Ajomo, who's one of their better run stuffers. He's right there in the A gap, and he right on the interior of that defensive line, and he pops the play. I mean, you got to call that one off.
Yeah.
You know what, guys? I think just some things that are getting lost in the shuffle this morning is the Lions couldn't run the ball.
Yep.
The Eagles outgained them 148-74. They doubled them up. Goff threw 37 passes. The Lions only ran the ball 21 times. We all know that's a recipe for disaster for the Lions when that happens.
Yep.
Still, to go back to the caller who was coming after John, I do think that's why they'll never win a Super Bowl with Goff game. I don't know how you're going to get through the playoffs and win 4 games or 3 if you're lucky against great defenses with
You
him.
need to have an elite offensive line.
I mean, I felt like I was watching the Super Bowl he played in last night to some degree. That was a 13-3 game. Tom Brady didn't play. That's his worst Super Bowl he played.
Sure.
But he didn't make the mistake either. And I know that was a batted ball, but, I mean, 14-37.
I agree. And so, but my point is it's not all on Goff.
You're right.
It was drop passes. And I don't even know in terms of the routes that were being run, was there miscommunication in that regard as well? Because it seemed like everything was off. It was protection. It was dropped balls. It was Jared Goff as a major part of why they didn't win that game.
But they didn't have good offensive line play, but he has to have it. But that's the
I
problem.
agree.
He has to have it, unlike some
That's
other
why I said they
quarterbacks.
lost this game in February, March, and April.
Exactly. Heck, they lost it 2 years ago, John. We brought it up. We water the garden.
Yeah, right.
Draft offensive linemen.
When you extend Jared Goff and say you're good enough for Detroit and commit to him, you have to commit to having an elite offensive line.
Yes.
To do one without the other is asking for disaster.
I mean, they had 2 Pro Bowlers. One might be a Hall of Famer in Sewell. And then Decker's better. He's above average. You had 3 above average offensive linemen. You're nowhere near that right now.
And the other thing is you're not getting above average play from those guys right now.
Yeah, they're hurt. Sewell, I mean, you argue shouldn't have been out there last night. Well, what are you going to do? And how much does Laporta play in to just the blocking scheme in general in a game like that?
Especially when you're going forward on fourth down. One of the things that Dan Campbell has admitted to us is that Sam Laporta, one of the best things he's done this year is on the blocking front.
Let's get to Robert in Davidson. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
We're doing all right.
Been sitting here for about 45 minutes, but want to talk to you. You know, I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but yeah, the Green Bay game, nobody played in preseason. I'm not worried about that. The only game that I sucked was that Minnesota game. Yesterday's game, yeah, you know, we had that right in our palm of our hands. We should have won that, son of a gun. But I'm not worried about the Lions. The Lions are going to be just fine. Whether we got to go four games through the wild card, so be it. But I'll tell you what.
Robert, can you help me get where you are? I want to be where you are. I want to feel like it's no big deal. Why are you not more concerned?
No, don't get me wrong. There's plenty to be cleaned up. Are you kidding me? Good God,
do you have
man.
faith they can do it? Because I've watched them struggle with every great front they faced.
You know, you're right. You're right. They have struggled, but I tell you what, I still feel that they're going to be able to put this thing together, and with our offense, again, am I going to say they're going to win the Super Bowl? Shit, I don't know that.
Well, yeah, and I wouldn't say that. I certainly wouldn't say that. I think it's just a harsh reality. But the most honest assessment might be they're just not good enough.
Yeah.
That might be the most honest assessment. As hard a pill as that is to swallow, they just might not be good enough.
So in 15 minutes, John's been personally attacked, and we've had other shenanigans happen.
Oh, yeah. That's the second time we've had to hit the dump button today. It's probably not the last.
You know how this day's going to be. It's 97.1.
Hey, every law firm talks about experience. David Femininio has decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who's going to work hard for you, and someone who will get you paid. David gets that. Your experience matters. And when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, call 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
It's a Monday in the NFL season. We're talking Lions all show long, taking your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Few texts. Why does everyone who has a crash out sound like they never went to bed or replaced their coffee with beer? John, be careful saying Jack Fox is the best punter in the game. You might have to ask McVay his opinion, and I mean it. Signed Rich at work.
Yeah.
Guys, I see positives in the defense. The O-line will be what it is. But there were fourth down turnovers on downs instead of field goal opportunities, and J-Mo's stunt that cost them at least a point. That stuff is curable, and the defense is there, Stephen Livonia.
Is it curable with J-Mo? Because it keeps happening. Like, he's already had this issue once, and he did it again. It was a decision that he made.
He's been flagged for this before.
Yeah.
It's the most J-Mo play ever. Because no one can catch him. World-class athlete on a field of world-class athletes. And yet he can't stop himself from doing something stupid and giving them a chance to take the lead.
And the NFL loves, they've embraced the celebrations, whether it's a turnover celebration or a touchdown celebration. We have had some great ones with Amon-Ra St. Brown standing on his head or doing the superhero jumping over Gibbs. Like, you can do all those things. But it's clearly defined. Don't mess with the goalposts.
It's not a new rule. It's been a rule for as long as he's been alive.
Can't dunk on him. You can't do whatever J-Mo was doing to the goalposts.
Yeah, how would you describe that, John?
I'll just go G-rated and say it was a giant bear hug.
He was straddling it. Text says, when Jared Goff wears the gloves, he always throws at the shins.
Yeah, when I saw the gloves, I just... I don't like it. I don't know how that affects him or what it would have been like without the gloves, but I don't like it.
Ron in Ann Arbor, you want to talk about the hamburger helper? You're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. I promise I won't yell at you.
Thank you, Ron.
Yes, that was my question because I've never seen a quarterback, and I saw Elway against Washington in the Super Bowl. I've never seen a great quarterback. He is very accurate, looks so bad on throws where he wasn't pressured. And he threw the two balls that were right on the money for the touchdown drive. And then maybe when he was under pressure, he grabbed the ball too much. There was too much grip on the gloves. There was not enough. But that was just bizarre how bad that was.
He was super inaccurate.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's I don't know if it's too much grip or if it's just not enough touch, not enough feel for the ball.
Because I don't remember who, but I do remember it might have been Favre. I remember somebody in a playoff game, they started out with gloves. It was really bad weather, snow, and then they took the gloves off. Then they were wearing one glove. So maybe they were new gloves. I don't remember him wearing gloves this year, but there has to be an explanation. I thought he was really hurt. Some of those balls were just so bad.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look to see if in cold weather games before, has he been a two-glove guy? I just don't remember.
I'm sure Carson Anderson will have a bunch of glove questions for him on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think the best pass Jared Goff's ever thrown to Jameson Williams was in Chicago last year. That 82-yard bomb,
yes,
where he just led him perfectly.
Was he wearing gloves?
Yes.
Okay.
And I know he had a great stat line that game. I was trying to find it in time, but
I'll take your word for it. It was a hell of a throw. I remember it. Let's get back to the phones. Ray in Sterling Heights, you're on 97.1.
What's going on, guys? Jansen, go blue.
Go blue.
Two really quick things. This was Dan Campbell's worst coached game as a Lion, by far. The play calling in the first half was horrendous. If this was Morton, today we'd be burning the city down, asking for him not to even step in Ford Field. Obviously, we're not going to do with Dan Campbell. But my biggest takeaway, and I hope you ask him this tomorrow, so when you defer to kick the ball out so you can get the ball at halftime, you do it so you can try to get back-to-back possessions, right?
Yes.
Now, end of the first half, it's 1st and goal Philly. We have 3 timeouts. Why on earth do you not call one single timeout to try to get the ball and score there? What was that?
Right.
That has to be done.
I'm yelling at my TV right there with you. And I'm going.
I couldn't believe it.
I'm going, dude.
I couldn't believe it.
Take it, T.O., timeout. A.J. Brown gets the first down. It's a 2nd and 3.
Exactly.
They throw him the little slant. It gets down to the 5. There's a minute 12 to go. You have all 3 timeouts. To take
100%.
none of them is to deny yourself a chance at points to close out the half. And you're right.
What's
they talk
the point
about
of deferring the ball. Yeah,
exactly.
You can do that.
And here's the thing, like Dan might have just wanted to get his team into the half, but what you do is you use a timeout and another timeout, and you get the ball, and there's a minute to go, and you see, right? You could run a screen or a run, and if it goes nowhere, you go, all right, we're going into half. But what if you break a 20-yard run? What if Jahmyr Gibbs slips a guy and gets to the second level, and, oh, look, we're at midfield again. Like, you give yourself a chance to just throw away that. He's killing me with that. I think he was asked about it yesterday. I hope he'll be asked about it today. I'd love to get an explanation tomorrow. He's killing them.
Yeah. And, I mean, I know you're in the same boat where, especially when it happens before half, there's 15 minutes, there are 20 minutes there where all of our buddies, because we talk football with all of them, and they're texting us, what was he doing? You got to ask Campbell this on Tuesday. Phones blowing up, and I love it because, you know, hey, it's exactly what we're going to be talking about.
Well, and Mr. Hyper-Aggressive, take a minute to try to score. Right? What about Dan Campbell says, let's just throw away a chance to score points? Nothing.
Yeah, and then the fact that, okay, they're reviewing the touchdown and they have to run another play, so it just takes more time off.
Again, if it goes the exact same way and the Lions take timeouts, they're getting the ball with like a minute, a little over a minute to go with 1 timeout. I'm not telling you they're going to score because it was a rough night for the offense.
Yeah.
But if we're going to bitch and complain about a possession they didn't get at the end of the game, I'm going to go, hey, remember halftime. Remember a possession that Dan was not interested in having.
Well, yeah, and I know I don't know how many people are on hold waiting to simply talk about the pass interference. We haven't really had that many calls about it this morning.
I'm actually happy we haven't had that many calls.
Right, because I agree. It was a terrible call. It shouldn't have been pass interference. But even if it's not called and the Lions get the ball back, how do we know that they're going to do anything with it?
248-539-9797.
You'd love to have the chance, though.
You would love to have the chance. And in the moment, I'm as irate as everybody else going, no, show me the replay. Where is the PI? Get a magnifying glass out. I'm studying this. Where is the PI? You're killing me. And even Collinsworth, who I don't think has too many friends in Detroit, he's going, that's an atrocious, terrible call. Oh, boy. Look, we hyped this game up, and rightfully so. This is a big football game. We found out the Lions aren't going to have the 1 seed yesterday. And we found out that this offensive line is in a bad spot when it comes to facing high-end defensive fronts.
Just wasn't good enough last night. No. And they haven't been good enough against Green Bay to open the season. They weren't good enough against Kansas City. They weren't good enough against Minnesota. And they weren't good enough against last night.
Well, and then it just makes you wonder, are they just not good enough? Again, season's not over. I don't know why I feel like I have to stress that to people, but there's going to be, it was all doom and gloom on the radio. No, it was honest this morning, guys.
Yeah.
It's an honest assessment. They just might not be good enough. The division now becomes the focus. Thanksgiving Day becomes even more important. Chicago, I know you beat them once, might need to beat them twice now. And that only guarantees you 1 home playoff game. 1 of 4 you have to win the Super Bowl. And I refuse to lower the bar. That's the standard this organization has set. And they don't look good enough.
Yeah, and I go back to 2 years ago, the draft, and last year, where I think that this game was lost, whether it was the draft of taking Ennis Rakestraw and not watering the garden at that point, or it was the fact that there was a question about Frank and whether or not he was going to play. He didn't do it until after the draft and after free agency. But even at that point, you knew Zeitler wasn't going to be here. You didn't do anything in free agency. You did minimal at the draft, and you didn't address the depth. And now you're dealing with injuries and trying to scramble to put together an offensive line that will be sufficient enough to hold up for a quarterback that needs great protection.
Ticket Text says, if we hold on to the timeouts, you can trade them in for a free scoop of ice cream at the end of the game. Ooh. Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, ice cream, like that.
Why was Goff dressed like a 4-year-old at a sledding hill? We're getting a bunch of ticket texts. We'll get back to the phones. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Despite last night's 16-9 loss in Philadelphia, Lions head coach Dan Campbell believes his team is still just 1 to 2 fixes away from finally reaching its full potential. Last night, the Lions fell victim to career-worst games from Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown, a 3-for-18 conversion rate on 3rd and 4th down, and a Philly defensive line that manufactured 2 sacks, 3 tackles for loss, and 5 pass deflections. With 11 weeks down and the 8th best record in the NFC at 6-4, if the playoffs started today, the Lions would not be in the postseason. The Red Wings at least grabbed a win for Detroit last night with a 2-1 road victory over the Rangers. A benches-clearing brawl broke out after the game when Rangers goalie Jonathan Quick took exception to Mason Appleton shooting the puck into the empty net just as the final horn sounded. The Wings are now 11-7-1 this year and come back home tomorrow to face the Seattle Kraken. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Some of the texts coming in. We'll get right to the phones. Jared Goff is soft. You can keep blaming the line if you want. We know the line's bad, but you can't sit here and say Goff needs to put his big boy pants on and know if he's going to get hit, he still needs to deliver a strike. That's the difference between him and Stafford. If you need everything to be perfect, you will never win. I don't care how accurate you are. None of that. The quarterback on my middle school team rocked a glove when his fingertips were cold. The one that says he was dressed like a 4-year-old at a sledding hill. Can we talk about St. Brown's drops that are starting to stack up at an alarming rate, Adam in Royal Oak? John, something there?
There were some drops. There's been some uncharacteristic drops this year. And I don't know what the answer is to those. I don't expect him to be perfect either, but when you're in a game like that, I expect those to be catches. When you're in a game like that and it's 4th and goal and you know that they're going to be bringing a pass rush, I expect that your all-world right tackle is not going to be the reason that the quarterback gets hit.
TJ Lang's going to join us in an hour. We've got a ton of time to take your phone calls and vent. Because, John, I was keeping a list of all the things to complain about from the game, and I had wasting that defensive effort, 0 for 5 on 4th down, 3 of 18 on 3rd and 4th down. Goff, Dan throwing away a possession at the half, J-Mo's stupid penalty on the touchdown, Jalen Phillips igniting all of the trade deadline stuff, a surrender punt with 5 minutes to go in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm probably missing something. Guys, let us know where you're at. And I think the biggest thing is you wanted to see where the Lions were at. You wanted to see how they measured up against a heavyweight, the reigning Super Bowl champs, the team that's the 1 seed. Not good enough. Let's get to Sean in Novi. Sean, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to say there's one thing that's definite. Most of us have to go to work this morning. But with that being said, I've been calling in, and I appreciate you guys allowing constructive feedback because some shows, not going to say the show's name, the one after you, have kind of cut me off from speaking about what I think the major issue is. And I've been calling about this from the beginning of the season. And I think that the general manager we're seeing the fruit of his labor. I called about it prior to in the preseason. You don't go into a season with a rookie and a second-year guard and expect that you're going to be successful. And we wanted a defensive end, a defensive tackle. We ended up getting a $30 million receiver in the middle of the night, the day before the game. Third thing, instead of keeping Goff and franchising him, we ended up paying $50 million and giving him, which I don't think that was necessarily. And, these are the things, mismanaging the team funds. And a lot of people say, oh, well, he got us out of, being the same old Lions. But the problem is what have you done for me lately? And the thing is, the Lions didn't have a bar that was set too high. I mean, they came in and did really well. And now we're starting to see some of the things. He's not putting his guys in the best position to win. You see that with Goff. We all know what type of quarterback Goff is. He's a statue back there. He did not look good yesterday, and unfortunately, we're at a position now where we might not make the playoffs now. And I've been saying this from the beginning of the season, and no one wants to come to reality of what is going on with this team. And the whole JMO situation, I mean, he needs to be benched. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. All these guys going into the end zone, choreographing a touchdown dance. This is getting sad. And Coach, that's on Coach Campbell too. I mean, he needs to get this team in line. It's about winning.
Hold on, I'm going to push back on something. I have no issue with choreographed celebrations.
Right, they're not penalties.
Yeah, just don't do the ones that you get you penalized. He did the one thing you can't do to get penalized.
Yeah, you can't dunk on the goalpost, and you can't bear hug the stanchion.
I get that, guys. But remember, one of the best players to ever play the game?
There we go.
You know what Barry Sanders did? He just tossed the ball to the ref and got back to business. You know, we're losing games now. I get the whole it's fun in games and, you know, we want to win, but sometimes you gotta stay focused. I mean, not jumping on the you know, you're at a strip club and you're jumping on the goalpost. You know what I'm saying? This is getting ridiculous, and you know, people should be starting to be more upset.
Well, I think people are.
Yeah,
no, I think people
I don't
are.
know. I mean, yeah, if you listen this morning, they're pretty upset.
Well, I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Thanks, Sean. You're always welcome, and we like discussion even if you don't agree. I think that's healthy.
Yeah.
You know, it is time for JMO to cut the crap, though.
Yes.
I mean, seriously, you haven't learned. You did it a second time, but how about the tauntings he's gotten on the sidelines in the past? And you still see him when he gets first. I've been expecting this to happen. When he gets a first down, he's got to get up and do the little finger point and spin the ball on the ground every time. He's got to, dude, just cut the crap and play football. This is getting the extension.
You got to know what you can and can't do. And that's called being a grown-up. And can you spin the ball as long as you don't spin it in somebody's face? Sure. Can you have antics on the sidelines when you get run out of bounds? Yes, but you can't throw the ball at someone. There are just things that you can and can't do, and you could do a lot of things. You could do more than you've ever been able to do. And I don't know if the rules were the same now as they were with Barry, if he would have done anything different. That wasn't who he was. He was always going to hand the ball to the official. So don't give me that, back in the day. I'm fine with celebrations. You just can't use the goalpost.
Yeah, I know. I sound like old guy here. I love celebrations. I'll pick another Sanders. One time, Deion Sanders started high-stepping from the 50 on a kick return in the NFL all day long. Guess what? It was within the rules. Right. Give it to me.
Well, that's the thing. If you think it's a dumb rule that JMO can't have fun with the end zone there, I agree with you. It's a dumb rule. But you got to know the rule, and you got to follow the rule. And if you don't, you take a point off the board in a game that was low-scoring and would have given the Lions the lead.
Especially you're outside, the wind was blowing, kicking was going to be harder.
Exactly.
You know, you cheated Jake Bates there by doing that.
He did. No shortage options to go here. TJ in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Fellas, I just got to say, I just got a couple quick points. Philadelphia, I'm sorry, the only team I'm worried about in the NFC right now is the Rams. Look at Philadelphia, man. They scored 16 points. Everything they got yesterday, we gave them. 5 turnovers on downs. Come on, man. Sometimes I think Dan got to take the field goals, put a little pressure on them, because at the end of the day, they did nothing with the football. We only got sacked twice. There was a little pressure, but Goff just missed a lot of throws. I'm going to give it to him. I'm going to say that the first cold game of the year got Jared Goff yesterday, because throws he makes 9 times out of 10. He did not have a good passing game. We know that he struggles sometimes in the weather, but we also know he's won games in the weather. So I'm going to give him a pass on that, because at the end of the day, you look at that game, we out-yarded them. They were horrible on third down. We were horrible on third down. I don't have faith in Philadelphia that they can put up the proper amount of points in the playoffs to win football games. Jalen Hurts looked horrible as well passing the football. We just gave them 5 extra possessions by not kicking field goals and just not calling smart plays yesterday. Yesterday was one of Dan Campbell's worst days as a head coach. I give him that. You got to give everybody a bad game. But at the end of the day, nothing about the NFC scares me, not even the Rams. I predict we win the next 3 games, man, and all this will be forgotten.
We'll get healthy. The thing I like about us the most is that we're going to get healthy at the right time. The offensive line is going to be banged up, but, hey, everybody's going to be banged up. But what I see from Philadelphia in the last 2 weeks, scoring 26 points, they don't scare me, man. There's nothing about Philadelphia that I'm really worried about. We did it
TJ,
to ourselves, guys.
You're not scared of Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis and Jalen Phillips and Jomo?
What impact did they really have?
We watched a
yesterday?
different football game. Jared Goff was. You think he wasn't pressured? We watched different football games.
He was only sacked
would
twice.
You agree? But would you agree? A lot of the pressures, even when he got the ball out, were just terrible passes from him.
Yeah, he didn't handle the pressure well. He was 1 of 14 when he was pressured in this football game.
And that's Jared Goff. But we've also seen him pressured, and we've also seen him complete passes as well. I think yesterday, the cold weather.
TJ, I think you're missing something really big here when you say, hey, Philly isn't impressive. You know what's impressive? That Philly happens to do this every time. They win ugly, but they win.
That's true. That's true. But that's in this year with the parity, I don't think that's gonna hold up.
I do because I've seen Detroit against every top 10 defense they've faced come up short. So you can say it's not a big deal to you in free country. It's a big deal to me.
And sometimes I feel like when we're taking some of those calls, like we're forced to defend Jared Goff, and I don't really want to defend him for the performance that he had yesterday. But if he doesn't throw those balls early, before receivers are ready, before he's ready to throw, instead of 2 sacks, you're probably looking at 6 or 7 sacks.
Yep.
He got rid of the ball so that he wouldn't be taking lost yardage plays.
10. Caller 10, Danny, you're on 97.1. What's going on, Danny?
Cookies, good morning, my man. How are you?
What's up?
I told you I couldn't wait to speak to you today. You know I love JG. It's crazy. I can't believe reading the box score, only 2 sacks. You guys hit the nail on the head. It felt like it was like 7 or 8. I was telling your call screener as well. Man, I expect a lot out of Sewell, and it's just a rough game for him, rough game all around, the drops. But with that said, I got to go eat crow here at work because I'm a big Goff fan, and a lot of my coworkers are not. But with that said, against a good Eagles team, it's still a one-possession game. So, am I concerned? Absolutely. Did we get a little, too cute like we were the old Lions a few years ago, going for it on 4th, faking punts? Yes, but I still think, we can tweak a few things. We still got the season ahead of us, make those corrections. But, man, you're right, against these good teams, we got to start seeing some results.
Well, yeah, if you want to play the way Campbell wants to play, you want to go for it on 4th down, you got to hold up on the money downs. You got to give your quarterback more time, and he's got to pull the trigger and execute. Phone calls, ticket texts. A lot to talk about after Sunday night. It's 97.1. Let's be honest, nobody plans for a new roof, and it always seems to come at the worst time. The cost, overwhelming. I want you to know about Shaner Roofing because they're here to help. Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means don't sweat that big upfront payment. Finance it 0% down for 5 years, and you don't have to skimp on the quality so you're in the same spot 5 years later. Here's the thing. Shaner's not some fly-by-night company. Shaner Roofing has a 4.9-star Google rating that's earned thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about their professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof is leaking, if it's aging, if you're just ready for peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. Visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Go right to the phones, 248-539-9797. Jamie in Grand Rapids, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Yeah, lot to break down after yesterday's game, but I think at the end of it, I got a couple of thoughts, but I think at the end of it, you guys are right. Jansen's right, even though he's taking grenades for it. They lost us in the offseason when they decided they were going to build this team around Jared Goff offensively, which is fine. I think he's a fine quarterback. But he's a statue. He's a throwback to an era where you didn't have to be super mobile, right? And I'm setting the bar for mobility pretty low comparatively to today's games. When you do that, you have to protect him. You have to set up your offensive line appropriately. They don't have depth. They don't have experience at center. Glasgow's a fine player, but he's not Frank Ragnow. And I think we're underselling, not you guys, but as fans, we're underselling just how important Frank Ragnow was to that offensive line as a linchpin for the calls. We can talk about Morton's scheme because Dan might be calling the plays, and I think he is. Morton's coming up with the blocking schemes. And there's been rumbles in the press from players, particularly offensive linemen, that suggesting the scheme's not good. I don't think it mattered last night. I think they were completely outmatched, and we played right into Philly's hands. And you hope as a fan that Brad Holmes is thinking, what's next for this draft? Who do I got to get in the offseason? I got to get some experience in there. I got to get someone that I can trust to make the right calls on the offensive line because they are out of sorts in the passing game. We can put it on Jared Goff all you want as a fan. I think that's low bar and it's weak. We know who he is, and it's a widely accepted fact in football that if you pressure a quarterback, mobile or not, and they get hit like he got hit last night, they are going to have a bad game.
It's a recipe for
particularly
disaster.
Against it. Absolutely. Final thought, I think, on Dan Campbell. I love him to death, and I don't think there's a better coach for this city, for this team. But as he progresses through his career, he has to understand when he's in a war, and he has to understand when he's playing right into the other team's hand. We are not going to win many games with Jared Goff dropping back 40 times. We just aren't. And going forward at midfield multiple times, in particularly passing the ball when we have not established the run, and maybe Montgomery needed more carries last night. I think he averaged 4.5, and he probably should have. But when you're in a game like that,
you're saying punt the ball, pin them deep. Don't make it easy for them to kick a couple field goals. 6-point swing here or there changes the tenor of the game.
Make them go the length of the field because they didn't.
No,
our defense showed out, played well enough to win.
That's the killer, and I don't think it's been brought up enough today. Is this defense played their ass off? This defense was sudden change, midfield, interception, over and over and over again. Big stops. The only score they gave up the only touchdown was the end of the half.
Yeah, and before the end of the half too, I thought we attacked pretty well in the passing game. Got a really nice score. Everything seemed really rhythmic, really good. Campbell even called it out, changed some things in the passing game. Well, what happened out of halftime?
I know.
Because that went away. That went completely away, and we played right into their hands last night, man.
Hey, Jamie, appreciate the phone call. I want to hear from you more now that we're going to be on over there, all right?
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm in the iHeart building, so we'll see.
Different station out there, but December 1 will be statewide.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, so
Tom.
just lost in the shuffle again last night. I think their inability to run the ball, that's not Jared Goff's fault. The Eagles were only 19th against the run going into the game, too. So here's the numbers. This is when the Lions play the top-tier defenses. So it'd be the Chiefs, the Packers, and the Eagles. 66 rushes, 218 yards. That's 3.3 a carry. And they've scored 39 points in those 3 games. Wow. You got to be able to run the football. I think that's the big fix going forward is no matter what we do, we have to run the football. We have to impose our will.
And if you don't, do they have to change the way they play, punt and lean on the defense?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's going to be a large part of it because, and before it's always been, hey, I think it was Tampa last year. It was 55 passes. Okay, that wasn't as many, but the ratio was there. You can't pass the ball twice as many times as you run the ball. That's just not how this offense finds success.
And especially with Jahmyr Gibbs, who has you have to give your skill player, your skill running back, a guy who can bust runs. You got to give him a workload so that you bust that one like he did against Tampa.
Hey, speaking of the defense, Daniel, you want to put a positive spin on this one? You're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how you doing this morning? I appreciate the call. Yes, I have to put a positive spin on it. Call me old school, but in the modern era where offense is at its pinnacle in the NFL, I am still a firm believer that defense wins championships. And granted, Jared Goff sucked last night. Our whole line sucked last night. Amon-Ra dropping passes, terrible. But I think our defense played playoff football. I don't want to say championship yet because, we still got some things to do. But we played good playoff football from the defensive end where we had the Super Bowl winners kind of like, I don't know. I doubt they were scared, but they were definitely not looking like the Super Bowl champs last night because our defense held them down. And I still believe because we're only, one possession away. So like Dan Campbell said last night, 2 plays go our way. This is a different conversation this morning.
Yeah, but you know who's saying the same thing? The Chiefs when they played the Eagles, the Packers when they played the Eagles, the Rams when they played the Eagles, the Bucks when they played the Eagles. What do all those teams have in common? They lost to the Eagles. And it doesn't always look pretty, and I think it almost is like a trick, like a trap. You trick yourself into thinking, well, we were right there. I'll tell you this, you want to highlight Detroit's defensive performance? I'll highlight the Eagles' defensive performance. That looked like the team that won the Super Bowl, overwhelming the quarterback and putting Goff in a position to throw wildly and inaccurately and see ghosts. So I know we want to say Eagles aren't that impressive. Maybe we just got to acknowledge what they are. They're a team that wins ugly. Emphasis on wins.
Well, and what did I say in my Power Surge last week? Ugly wins are still wins.
Yeah.
And they keep stacking ugly win on top of ugly win, and before you know it, they're gonna work on some things offensively. Are they a finished product? No. Is Detroit a finished product?
No.
It's not the end of today is not the last game of the year. It's not over. They're not in an advantageous position because right now, if the season were to be over, they'd be out of the playoffs.
We got all week to talk about it. I'm not someone who believes they're missing the playoffs, but I think the reason we share that is, wow, that's a wake-up call. Wow. If you would have told people going to Week 12 the Detroit Lions are not winning the division and they're not even in the playoffs, that's antennas up.
But okay, now hold on. Because before the season, what did we say? Because the schedule was laid out the way it was. Oh, it's a formidable schedule. If they get to the Philly game, 10 games in, and they come out of it 6-4, hey, they'll be all right. Well, what are they right now?
6-4.
All right, and so I'm not sitting here saying they thought that it would look the way it looked right now. But this is where we thought they could possibly be. Now, did we think that they were going to beat Baltimore in Baltimore? No, but Baltimore has turned out to be not very good. Kansas City game, we all kind of thought that one was going to be a loss. We didn't think they'd lose to Minnesota, but there were other games in there that when we went to win-loss, we thought that they'd get to this point at 6-4. Now, moving forward, did we think the Rams were going to be as good as they are?
No.
They are a badass defense. I'm not even talking about what Stafford's doing offensively. They're really good defensively. There are other teams on the rest of the schedule. Green Bay at Thanksgiving. We know what happened in Week 1.
Yeah, and I didn't think the Bears would be applying this much pressure. Whether I think they're real or not, they're applying pressure simply by winning football games. John, the other thing we said preseason was...
They happen to be in first in the division.
I know, it's wild. The other thing we said before the season was if this offensive line's not playing like a top 10 unit, they're not winning a Super Bowl.
Right.
And I think we can say right now they're not playing like a top 10 unit.
Yeah, and I said, hey, you know what? They don't have to be that top 10 unit at the beginning of the season. Just has to be at the end of the year. They are allowed to get better. Let it play out, and it has not played out well.
Boy, where do you want to go here?
Oh, I mean, throw a dart.
Ken, you're next up.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. So I was screaming at the TV. It was obvious to me from the first quarter on that Jordan Davis was just standing there. He wasn't trying to rush the passer. They were not afraid of Goff throwing to the flat, and they knew the only way we were going to have success was over the middle. And he was just standing in the middle of the field. You could see him moving left to right and following Goff and knocking the ball down when he tried to throw up the middle or spying on a running back. And when he did that, why didn't we throw more screens? We had one screen for 34 yards.
Yeah, two of their best
I don't
plays.
remember maybe one or two other times they tried to throw a screen pass.
Yeah, I think it felt like two of their best plays were Gibbs in the open field. The one, they ran more 21 personnel, two running backs, Montgomery and Gibbs.
Mm-hmm. And
one of the biggest plays was Gibbs with Sewell clearing the path out there on the flat.
Yeah, it's kind of an anomaly, and it's not comical, but it is a little bit funny. The most passes defended in that game was by Jordan Davis. 3 of them.
Yeah.
Jalen Carter tied for second with 2.
I'd say he had a couple of them. Like I'm going to address this ticket text here. This one says, guys, you guys are negative Nancy's today. Anytime someone tries to say something positive, you shoot them down. You guys are better than that. I don't know what you think the tone should be, but it should be negative today. There should be a negative tone when you lose a football game in a measuring stick spot with the 1 seed.
I don't think I was necessarily being negative when I said at the beginning of the season we thought they'd be 6-4, and here they are at 6-4.
I just you don't always have to put a positive spin. Sometimes losing is bad, and it can just be bad, and you can acknowledge how bad it is. Anyway, we got overreact gyms from the weekend. We'll knock out more phone calls end of the hour. TJ Lang at 9 o'clock. It's 97.1. If someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law. Lawrence KG and KG Law specialize in car accidents. You're going to get that personal attention to detail from someone who cares about you. Lawrence KG, Detroiter, down-to-earth, good dude, and what you care about most, he delivers. 98% success rate. He's won millions for his clients. 877-KG-CARES. That's K-A-J-Y, KGCares.com.
Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdown to who's going to win. And with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, for Monday Night Football, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on all the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any and every stat. That's 30% profit boost tokens tonight for Monday Night Football. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. What's that? Yeah, I got it at 1. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's
We are going to get to your phone calls, including the guy that sounds a lot like Brad Holmes. Someone else that wants to talk about the identity crisis that is the Lions, where they're at today. A loss on Sunday night. Didn't measure up in a measuring stick game. But first, Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So a lot of Metro Detroiters will be on the road during the Thanksgiving holiday. AAA projects that more than 2.6 million Michiganders will travel at least 50 miles from home between November 25th and December 1st. That's a 1.4% increase from last year. Also sets a new record for Thanksgiving travel in the state of Michigan.
Wow.
So a lot of people are going to get out and about. Nationally, AAA expects 81.8 million to travel for Thanksgiving. So they say the Tuesday and Wednesday afternoons before the holiday will be the most congested travel times. And then heavy traffic is also expected all day on Sunday, November 30th, as people of return home. So people
Makes
are going to be
sense.
out there. I mean, we knew they would. Yep.
What's the minimum for them counting it as travel? Is it just leaving your house?
They say 50 miles
Okay, all
from
right.
home.
Okay.
So you're less than that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm less than that.
we're all
Yeah, we're all
yeah.
less than
Yep.
that.
We don't
count.
Yeah.
Yeah. New orange barrels and barricades are now blocking entrance and exit ramps along I-696 in Oakland County as MDOT enters the second phase of its Restore the Ruther construction project. So, fun. The latest closures will force thousands of drivers. They actually say this will impact about 100,000 drivers, but it will
Per day?
I don't know, per day. That seems like a lot, but like overall,
Between commutes?
I guess not. They just
yeah.
say 100,000 drivers will be impacted by these closures. So you're going to have to find alternate routes because traffic will shift from the westbound lanes to the newly rebuilt eastbound lanes. So the westbound side construction will last through 2026, forcing it's basically focusing on the stretch between I-75 and Losser Road. That main area.
Basically my entire commute. Yeah, it's great.
Well, Did you here, but see it going this home, it morning?
should be-
So yeah, it was an issue this morning. Now you're telling me on my way home I can do what I used to do? I can get on 696 and go east?
I believe so.
Well,
Let's find out.
I don't know because all of the westbound traffic is now on the newly eastbound side.
Right. So yeah, but there's two-way traffic on the
Yeah.
eastbound side. So I think it just flips for you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We'll find out.
on your way in, you'll be impacted, but on the way home, you should be good.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Now
find
I should be
out.
able to get to the zoo unimpacted.
There you go, John.
Hey!
Now, getting back from the zoo, I will be impacted.
Yes.
Depends how long I stay, I guess.
The NBA's gambling investigation is getting bigger. So multiple teams are now being asked to hand over cell phones and different files as the league tries to figure out if anyone shared injury info that ended up being used for betting. So a few Lakers staffers have already turned over their phones, including a trainer who's worked closely with LeBron James. Nobody's being accused of anything yet, but it's basically like the league is just trying to make sure that it knows exactly what happened, right? I mean, makes sense
Well, yeah,
that
you
they
want
want
to make
to know
sure
that.
get to the bottom of it.
Yes.
It's a huge issue for the
For
integrity of the
sure.
sport.
Morgan Freeman is not happy about people using AI to copy his iconic voice, and he's now officially taking legal action. So the actor says that his lawyers have been very, very busy going after folks who have been cloning his voice without permission. I understand that. He is calling it basically flat out theft, saying that if somebody uses his voice without him,
Or
you're
paying him.
robbing him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
it's
are.
part of his livelihood.
Exactly. And it is his voice.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Vacation quitting is a new trend that experts say is happening more and more often. It's basically when you just cut your vacation short.
'Cause
You
you're
plan a big trip. Well,
Yeah, why would you leave early?
there's a lot of reasons. It could be as simple as being homesick. It could be that you've got work at home that you are thinking about that can't go on without you. You have a big, maybe you own your company and something
Sure.
happens and you need to get home. Or it's even that they say you're biting off more than you can chew. You pack this vacation, plan the vacation, you're packing so many activities into it that halfway through you're just like overwhelmed and you say, you know what? Not for me. We'll
scale back.
I'm just telling you what the article says. I agree a vacation, go enjoy it. But whatever it is, people are doing it more and more often, and it can be super expensive because cancellation fees, getting a new flight home,
Right.
all sorts of things. So experts are saying there is a few things you can do before your trip to know save money. Just know the cancellation policy, consider travel insurance, and ask your hotel, ask the airline.
What are the
hey,
cancellation policies or change fees?
or tell them this is what I'm dealing with. Is there any way you can help me out?
Oh, yeah. I've tried that
Yeah,
before.
good luck.
It normally doesn't work, but hey, give it a shot.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Some messages that have come in to help clarify this highway situation.
Oh, yeah.
So
What do
I
we
will
got?
not be able to go east home on 696, but on my way in, I will just use the other lane. They're going to use the eastbound lane
For westbound traffic.
westbound traffic, yes.
Isn't that what I said?
That's what you said. I
Yeah.
was confused.
Okay.
So
And then you confused me
I
as well.
confused everybody.
So you could still go west in the eastbound lanes. You just can't go east at
in
all.
the eastbound lane or any lane.
Because they're going to be doing the construction.
Yes.
So you have to find a detour.
Yeah.
I think we're thoroughly.
We'll find out.
Yeah, pack your patience, and we're probably doing you no favors.
Yes. Sorry, everybody. Heather with the news. All right, we got to get to the phones because you guys have been waiting to talk about the Lions. And the 9 o'clock hour, we'll get TJ in here and we'll take some of your calls with him. But let's go to Corin in Columbus. You're on 97.1. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Hey, what's up, guys? So, I mean, I understand everyone's being upset with Jared Goff and his mobility and not being able to do things under pressure, but Patrick Mahomes is a mobile quarterback. He struggled yesterday. Lamar Jackson is the most mobile quarterback we've ever seen. He struggled yesterday, 5 sacks. I mean, it's not the mobility that's the problem. Yesterday was an ego game. It was the worst game Dan Campbell ever coached because he had a plan going into it, and he did not adjust. It was a Big Ten game, and he was coaching like it was the Big 12. That was a ball control, field position game that we lost. And I think we need to reassess what our team is. Now, I understand you guys are saying, how are we going to win 3 or 4 games to get to the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl? We have a championship-level defense. And if you have a championship-level side of the ball, you always have a chance. We got an offense that at any point in time can score 30 points on anybody. So what we need to do now is get David Montgomery more involved in the play call, stop going forward on 4th down as much as we usually do, because this team has not proven that they can do that. 2023 team, they can go forward on 4th down. Last year, 2024 team, they can go forward on 4th down. 2025 Detroit Lions is not a go forward on 4th down no matter what kind of team. Kelvin Shepard is coaching his rear end off, doing a fantastic job. So we need to reassess how we are playing our game. We need to play more ball control. No Sam Laporta, so you don't have a safety valve when the pressure gets there. That's what we need to do in these next 3 weeks leading up into the mini bye, going into the Thanksgiving break that we're going to have, is how do we figure out how to play more ball control offense to allow our defense to continue to make plays for us. That's what we got to do.
Have to shift the way they play.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that as far as a measuring stick game, I thought we measured up. I mean, we lost a 1-possession game on the road against the defending champs. I understand it looked like we were overmatched or overwhelmed, which we were at times, but there were times where we were right there with Philly. So I think we played that game 10 times. We win 5 out of 5.
I don't agree. And I mean, if you would address the offensive line a little more, then maybe they do win half the time.
There's a lot to break down in that one. And there's some things I agree with.
Yeah, I agree with the thought that they may need to shift some things.
Yeah, but I'll get a chance to talk a little bit more about Patrick Mahomes and how he plays, as well as Lamar Jackson.
Get TJ Lang in studio next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Tonight, the Pistons are back in action after having the weekend off. Detroit beat the 76ers 114-105 on Friday with another shorthanded victory, extending their win streak to a staggering 9 straight games. The last time the Pistons won 9 straight, George Bush was the president. It hasn't been since late 2007 that Detroit was on this kind of hot streak. Conversely, they'll face an Indiana team tonight that has lost 7 consecutive games and only has 1 win through the first 13 outings this year. The Pistons have been able to survive numerous injuries in the win streak. Although they're starting to get key pieces back, JB Bickerstaff says they need to keep playing with the same mentality. Pistons tip off with the Pacers at LCA tonight at 7 o'clock. Catch all the action right here on 97.1 as pregame coverage starts with Chris Villar at 6:35. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's 9 o'clock. Good morning. 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin, Greg behind the glass, TJ Lang getting situated in the studio. That was a game we had circled. Lions and Eagles on Sunday Night Football. It's a game we wanted to see for a couple years. All right, we'll see what Detroit's made of. You go toe-to-toe with the reigning Super Bowl champs. You found out you weren't good enough.
No, and getting back to what Corin was talking about there, Patrick Mahomes struggled yesterday, and he was under duress. We saw Lamar, when Baltimore played Detroit, 7 sacks. Yesterday, 5 sacks. The difference is Lamar can win being mobile and has proven that. Just not in the postseason. He's done in the regular season. That's why he's got 2 MVPs. When you look at Patrick Mahomes, he can certainly win by being mobile. He wasn't able to do it yesterday. The option of being mobile and winning for the Detroit Lions at the quarterback position is just simply not there. So that's why you have to have exceptional play and consistent. I don't even want to say exceptional play. You have to be consistently good on the offensive line when Jared Goff's your quarterback. If that's the case, which we saw the last couple of years, you're going to go out there and win a lot of games.
You're going to win divisions. You're going to win playoff games.
You get 1 seeds.
Yeah. Biggest reason they lost and what bothered you most about this game? I think those are the 2 big questions we've asked, but clearly if you have any feedback, we're going to get to your phone calls. I mean, why they lost the game? I mean, it's no secret. The Eagles' D-line kicked their ass, and it led to the Lions struggling on the money downs, 3rd and 4th down, and those were 3rd and 4th manageable situations. I mean, those were convertible spots, but they went 0 for 5 on 4th down, 3 of 18 on 3rd and 4th down. Jared Goff, You're right. He's just not going to get out of those situations. What bothered you most?
For me, it was just, it really was the offensive line play. And you go back and you watch it again. And even early on, I think it might have been the first set of downs where Ratledge got bull rushed by, it was the holding call that Ratledge got.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, maybe he stepped on Penny's foot, or maybe, no. And that one's just not going to look good on film. It's just, He got caught a little bit on his heels, got pushed back, got the holding call, and it put the offense in a bad spot. But it was, you could go down that, and it's the same thing that we've heard a bunch. There were times where it was 2 or 3 guys on the offensive line.
Right.
But you got to have all 5 guys every single time. And if it's the right guard on this play, but all 4 other guys are performing well, that play's probably not going to work. And if it's the right tackle on one play, or it's the left tackle, or the left guard, or the center, like, it's just not going to happen. There was no consistency up front.
Yeah. Look, they faced 3 top 10 defenses this season. They lost all of them.
Mm-hmm.
The most honest assessment is they're not good enough.
They haven't performed good enough in those games.
Yeah. TJ, what did you see out there?
Well, first off, I won't allow this right guard slander from John.
It all comes down to those damn guards.
Well, no, actually, on that play was Penei Sewell. I don't know if there was a chip or something on Jalen Phillips, but I think Penei thought that Jalen Phillips was dropping into coverage, so he came back and absolutely smoked Jalen Carter, which then threw, I think, Tate into a weird position where he ended up getting a holding call. I think it was a sack anyways. I don't remember if they declined that. But, no, weird feeling. Like, I can't wait to go back at some point later today and rewatch this, because I was talking with Dan Miller on the bus afterwards, and based off of like some of the things we were reading and hearing from other beat writers, he was like, do you feel like everybody's saying the offensive line was horrible? Do you feel that way in the game? And I said, No, like I didn't feel like it was, oh my gosh, we just can't block these guys, and oh man, this is just a blank show. I didn't feel like that in the moment, like watching the games and keeping my eye on them. Certainly, I'm not going to sit here and stick up for them and say they did their job and held up their end of the bargain. There was a lot of things not to like in that game, and John's kind of what you said, like that's been going on all year. And that's, I think, the frustrating part is you never know when those big plays are going to come that you're asked to, as Lomas said, you're going to have a big ask to step up and win a big one-on-one, right? And a lot of times it does come on third down. A lot of times it does come on fourth down. The lack of conversions obviously was troubling. Something was off with Jared yesterday. Some of the throws that he made, I haven't seen those all year. I mean, probably 3 or 4 off the top of my head that were low to open guys. Probably 3 or 4 that were wide. I mean, that one fourth down out route to Amon-Ra. I mean, I think he's got his guy beat, and like not even put in a competitive spot to make a play on the ball was like, what is going on? And I can't put it all on him because I don't know the routes, but there was another one on the third down right before I want to say it was right before the fake punt where he had Amon-Ra, coming open wide open middle field and sailed it behind him, and it's just like, dude, something's just off with him right now. That, and maybe guys were supposed to sit down, or guys were supposed to do something a little different in the on the edge. But he had a lot of misses yesterday, and certainly you could say there were times where he was pressured. Even the play, I think, on the 4th and goal down inside the 5, you go back and watch the replay, and it's like Brock Wright's wide open. That's a walk-in touchdown, but he's also getting pressured. He's also about to take a hit, so he didn't really have that time. He was kind of locked in on one guy. Hey, if I'm the offensive line, man, and I protect it, I pick up that stunt or bull rush, whatever the rush was, I can't remember, but those are the plays you look at and you're like, yeah, I take responsibility because Jared probably would end up finding Brock Wright wide open, if I did a better job. And then a couple other things too. I thought the game plan, like I hated the shotgun runs, just the amount of shotgun runs there were. I know Gibbs has had some success, a lot of success actually, running out of the gun this year, but to do it like seemingly every single time with him it was clearly not working. You were clearly not going to get the stretch that you needed on that defensive front that was penetrating upfield. And especially down in the red zone, like you get inside the 10 and even the 5-yard line. The only way that, in my opinion, you should be running shotgun runs is if you have a mobile quarterback or you have like an RPO attached to the backside. Because with Jared Goff, and he's handing it off out of the gun, that backside defensive end and those frontside guys are just literally firing as fast as they can without a worry in the world that you're going to pull that football. I didn't like those. And look, he just wasn't good enough. But I feel about the same way I did Friday before the game, outside of, I thought the Lions were going to pull that one off. But I feel like it's very frustrating because that was a gettable Philly team. Like that was a gettable Philly team. If you convert even like the half of the plays that you got wrong, and 3 for 18 on 3rd and 4th down is horrendous. If you even get like 4 or 5 more of those, I'm not asking you even to be 50%. That's a different game. And that's kind of the vibe I got in the locker room last night was, first off, you wasted a great defensive performance. But second off, I do feel like the guys were like, literally, when you say we're right there and, it's one play away, that's what it was. So I don't want to say it's some moral victory because you are supposed to be up there. I view you as being a team that should be able to compete with the top teams in the NFC. But I think once you go through a game like that and you actually, finally know what it feels like and what it takes, if we had to go back to Philly in the playoffs, I wouldn't sit here and tell you, oh, man, that's the worst matchup possible. Like, I can't go into Philly and beat them. I do think you could do that. Obviously, you're going to have to play a whole lot better than what you did last night. And the offensive line, like, John, it's tipped passes are the most frustrating thing because, like, you're trying to, sit down and sink your hips and make sure you got hand placement and pick up stunts. And even on the interception, like Graham Glasgow literally did everything perfect. As soon as Jordan Davis jumped, he literally shoved him with violent force and landed on the back of his head.
Right.
And it turns into an interception. And then I think there were, I don't know, at least 3 or 4 more that I can think of tip balls at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, there were 5 total.
That are just so frustrating because you're like, man, that's really the last thing I'm thinking that you're going to do is jump, especially when you're a Vic Fangio team where it's just relentless pass rush, So it was just a combination of a lot of errors. But, man, I'll tell you what, that defense, they play like that, You got a 3-game stretch here at home. I think it's very possible you're looking at 9-4 with a little mini bye right there heading into the meat of December. So I'm not in panic mode yet, but yeah, yesterday just it felt like one of those games that offensively whatever could go wrong was going to go wrong, and the execution just was not anywhere close up to their standard.
Put some numbers on it. Jared Goff was 7 of 27 on throws beyond the line of scrimmage. 25.9%, the second lowest in a game by any quarterback in the next-gen stats era. Could not get things going. He was pressured on 14 dropbacks, so nearly 40% of his dropbacks they credited pressure.
14? Well, he dropped back 40 times. How was that? Oh, yeah, okay.
He dropped back 37.
Dude,
he had a couple sacks, too,
Yeah.
So, yeah. Maybe.
I mean, it's 14 of 37. It's 38.9%. So it's nearly 40% of his dropbacks.
You know what I'm interested to see though is how many of those pressures came after like 2.5 or 3 seconds.
Yeah,
I didn't feel like there were any that were like, oh my goodness, they're just blowing us up at the line of scrimmage, which is why I'm saying that's why I didn't feel like it was like just a complete meltdown on the offensive line. Last week against Washington, I can't remember the exact stats, but Jared Goff was 14 of 16 with like 180 yards and 3 touchdowns on quick passes under 2.5 seconds.
Sure, yeah. I
Yesterday
remember.
seemed like the complete opposite, where we're just going to try to keep taking these 20-yard dig routes, and it takes time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and so to me, a lot of the pressures felt like they were coming late into the play. They didn't feel outside of the one where they had a nice blitz design. I think it was with Nakobe Dean, who ended up getting that one-on-one with David Montgomery and just kind of driving him right into Jared Goff. Like, I don't remember a lot of quick pressures that were just like, man, Jared doesn't even have a chance to get this ball out of his hands. A lot of it felt like, okay, first read, second read, okay, like here we go. And now the pressure is going to start coming. Like that's something that's going to happen against a defense like that. So that's why I kind of go back to some of the game plan stuff, not only the shotgun runs that were kind of just like, okay, like get out of it, please. It's not working. Yeah. That was something too where the most success they had in the passing game was getting the ball out quick to Gibbs or Montgomery or even J-Mo and letting these guys do work, man, because you got a ton of athletes on that offense. It felt to me yesterday that wasn't a proper game plan to go in and say, all right, guys, we're really going to have to hold up in protection for 3.5, 4 or 5 seconds this week. That's not the type of defense you want to do that, especially on the road in a primetime game.
One of the big things that we got calls and text on already this morning is the decision to go for it on these fourth downs. I want to get to that coming up next. If the defense is playing as well as it is, should they have punted from midfield more often? Were those the decisions that got them here and they should have stuck by them, or did Dan Campbell need to shift his philosophy in that game? Want to get TJ's thoughts on that coming up next. We have a bunch of phone calls to get to. It's 97.1.
What's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on RootMetrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
A lot of criticism of Dan Campbell following that loss Sunday night. TJ, 0 for 5 on 4th down. Your thoughts?
Yeah, not good. That's how you lose games.
But
Plus, 3 for, 14 or whatever it was on 3 for 13 on 3rd down, too.
But we put it to you, like, should they have adjusted given how well the defense was playing? Or, hey, man, you live and die with it. They just got to execute. Those were manageable spots.
Yeah, it did feel like that. And I can't remember which one it was. Maybe it was the first drive of the second half where they went for it right around. Well, I think they were in Philly's territory, right? But that was a 4th and 5, and that was like,
the first, it was 4th and 5 at the Philly 32.
Yeah, so it's like, do you try field goal? Like Jake already missed, a 48-yarder. There was another one. Obviously, we know the one inside the 5-yard line that, kind of felt like points here wouldn't be a bad thing. And then the next time they went for it again, 4th and 3 at Philly's 45. Yes, I think that was the one that, even calling the game, I think we kind of pondered, like, backing them up and starting to play the field position game might not be the worst idea based off of how your defense is playing. I think it just got to a point where you start to press a little bit. Like, okay, we're 0 for 2. Okay, we're 0 for 3. We're not going to go 0 for 4. Okay, we're 0 for 4. We're not going to go 0 for 5. You know what I mean?
Well,
and it's just like,
you do feel like
you can.
If you convert one of those, especially the goal line, I mean, it's a 7-point swing, and suddenly all is right with the world. It's who they are. The other criticisms of Dan were, hey, the fake punt when they leave their starting defense on the field, is that one that's got to get killed? And at the end of the half, you go in with all 3 timeouts in a 1-possession game, a chance to go 2 for 1 and double up. They just sat on it.
Yeah, well, the fake punt, I think, I'm trying to remember whose quote I saw. It might have been Grant Stewart who said, we were expecting that look, we were expecting that defense, and we still liked our chances. They just didn't convert. I want to do a deep dive, and it's obviously I can't do it right now in the show, but Dan Campbell, like, when you look back at that, was that predictable? Like, how many times when Dan Campbell fakes it, is it because maybe your offense goes like the first 2 or 3 series without getting any points? Because that seems to be his MO, is my offense is sputtering. We need a freaking shot to the ass right now. We need a shot of momentum and some urgency.
Adrenaline, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like going back to, Kansas City, a couple years ago, like felt like slow start, and then boom, you fake the punt. You're on like 20.
Minnesota on the road last year where they did and they converted it.
No, in territory, yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, like, is it mostly? Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just trying to think, like, normally when his offense has a slow start, he's gonna throw one in just to be like, come on, guys, like,
let's get going.
We got to get going. We got to steal possession. We got to get going a little bit. I don't know if it was predictable, because I didn't think it in the moment that it's like, oh man, like, watch out, are they really going to punt this one? But when they faked it, you're like, yeah, not really a total shocker there.
But just like pleading ignorance, if the starting O-line,
they said they liked their.
But if the starting O-line can't block this punt, how is this punt unit supposed to block those guys?
My only argument with that would be, if you know their starting defense is going to be on the field, just keep your starting offense on the field if you're going to go for it. You're going to have a better chance with those guys. And I think that was, a 4th and 2?
2 sounds
my other thing, like, and Jared, I don't know their operation. I assume that he has carte blanche to change looks if he wants to at the line of scrimmage. The other 4th and 1 that they had, where Gibbs got stuffed, I mean, there was nobody in the A gap. And I think I even said it right before the call. I'm like, sneak it. There's like, you have a shade to one side and a 3-tech the other side. There's nobody in that A gap, man. Like, I would assume that he has the ability and the freedom to get to the line and be like, okay, whatever their code word is. Like, ours used to be Nike in Green Bay. If you hear Nike, it's quick snap and boom, we're pushing the pile to get this 1 yard. That felt like a play that could have been probably an easy conversion.
That might give it away, though. I think that was everybody's code word.
Nike, it might still be now. I don't know, but they didn't.
What's coming?
Yeah, but they didn't shift, and I was just like, that felt like a wasted one, man. Like, you're 6'4", you're probably walking for 3 yards based off the look that you got.
Yeah.
Maybe that's one that they look at like, crap. Like, maybe weren't thinking about that in the moment, but you got to be sharp. What was the second part of the question?
The timeouts at the half.
Oh, yeah, kind of one. definitely was wondering that. I didn't think that it made a huge impact where it's like, oh, man, like, gosh dang, you really should have been aggressive there.
Were they going into the wind?
They were going into the wind. And the wind, the direction that they would have been going was the most severe. The direction that Jake missed that 48-yard. And they were having trouble, even in pregame warm-ups, going to that end was just like, oh, my goodness. Like,
but what's the harm in you run a screen pass and maybe you find yourself.
I'm with you. I think at that point, you're probably sitting there saying, okay, offensively, we are bad right now, and we're going into halftime down one score getting the ball. We got to go in, make some adjustments. Worst case scenario, we call timeouts, we get aggressive, we get the ball back with a minute, we go 3 and out. Now we're giving them ball. Now we're looking at maybe going down 2 scores. I get that that's a conservative mindset, but I also understand that with the way your offense was playing, it was like, okay, go to halftime in a 1-score game. We got to talk. We got to make some adjustments. We get the ball coming out of half. And we need points. We just can't turn this thing into, because I've seen it before where you get aggressive and now all of a sudden the other team gets the ball back, gets a touchdown, and it's like, oh, now you're down 2 scores, right? That would be debilitating going into halftime in a game like that.
But do you get how that's disjointed? Because if that's your philosophy, then you punt the ball. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
it just seems awkward, because if you're going to be conservative at that point but not conservative and still ultra aggressive on every single 4th down and the fake punt, like it doesn't make sense that you would pick that time to be conservative.
Yeah, well, your question about the win too. I mean, if you're going, I think that if the field was flipped and you were going the opposite way, where we saw both kickers hitting from like 60 yards in pregame warmups and 62, then you're probably thinking different, saying, okay, well, all we need to get is maybe 20, 25 yards here. We got 1 timeout. We got 25 seconds.
Wind at our back.
Maybe it can do it. But if you're thinking, hey, we're going that way, and we probably have to get to the 25 or even, inside the 25-yard line to have a comfortable look at this field goal based off how that wind was playing, maybe just look at the odds there and say, okay, we probably don't have enough time, and we already burned our timeout. So let's get in a half, down a score. Defense is playing outstanding. Offense, let's just make sure we don't mess this thing up any more than we already have here in the first half. So I think that those probably went into that decision as well.
TJ, take a look at the phones here. Is there someone you want us to go to first and foremost?
I don't care. Who's been waiting the longest? That's fair.
TJ's a man of the people. Fadi in Shelby Township, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Just want to start off by saying I love Dan Campbell, but when the game isn't going your way, you have to make adjustments. I hate hearing, oh, this is our identity, this is who we are. This is not a one-dimensional game. When things aren't going your way, you have to make those adjustments. A few of those 4th downs, you flip the field, it's a different ball game. I understand you can blame it on Jared Goff. You can say the offensive line didn't do their job. You can say the Eagles' defense did their job. They batted the ball down 5 different times, but our defense did their job too. Imagine if it was the other way around, I just honestly think that it was the coaching that did it for us. The coaching lost the game for us.
Well, the way I looked at the 4th downs is, you could have played to keep the game closer by punting, but that's what you would have done on the majority of those 4th downs. I think 3 of the 5 were at midfield, out of field goal range. You wouldn't have got any points. And you could have kicked field goals on the other 2, so we can tack on 6, but you needed to finish some drives.
Yeah.
Tack on 6 and then get that extra point when, with that bad penalty, and now you got a tie ball game.
Right. Like I said, it would keep the game closer.
Story.
It keeps the game closer. Yeah. But look, at the end of the day, if this offensive line wasn't going to win enough, they weren't going to win.
Right.
And it may have gone down a little differently. Maybe it's less painful, but if they weren't going to win up front, they weren't going to win the football game.
No, you got to win the battle up front, and we said that going in. If you're going to win the line of scrimmage, you got a chance to win the game.
Yeah. Look, we got more calls to get to. 248-539-9797. TJ will hang out with us the next half hour. We'll talk through it with you guys. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value that your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month, and maybe you need a new truck in the driveway. Get Motor City's hottest truck. It's the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation for an unbelievable $199 per month. Another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, and it's built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be with over 600 horsepower. and that all comes standard. There's a couple of great options there for you. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating based on due at signing amount of $3,369. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees are extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charged at 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles. At participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com for more details. We've had some aggressive callers today.
Oh, that was from today?
Oh, yeah.
Was he yelling at you guys?
At John.
Yeah, I was yelling at me.
Oh,
yeah.
It sounds like
yeah.
he was yelling at like a kid in the back seat or something.
Yeah, that kid back
was
there
yelling at you.
was me.
Wow,
Yeah.
what time is this at? I gotta go back and listen.
7 o'clock hour, and he was mad because he didn't think we were hard enough on Jared Goff.
Yeah. And there's enough blame to go around.
So was he telling you to stop being nice to Jared or something?
Yeah, well, if protection is there, and there's a lot of things. Jared Goff is a guy that needs all the tools around him that he has, but he also needs an offensive line that is going to be dominant like we've had the last 2 years. This offensive line is not yet those two offensive lines. And so I was making that point, and then he was a caller that just thinks that they should move on from Jared Goff and probably should have years ago.
Heather was wondering, like, where was he during this phone call? Is he like in his kitchen?
Because he was on like a rampage, right? Like, where do you get that worked up? Are you in the bathroom?
Kind of sounded like he was on a car speakerphone.
Ooh. Could get dangerous out there on the roads.
Yeah, a little road rage.
I don't know that it tops.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
They almost sound like the same people.
Hold on, one more time each.
That same guy?
It might be the same guy. I'm not sure, man. I got gonna have to watch my six when I walk out the door.
Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Mike in Livonia. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. So here's my deal, and here's where my frustration is. It really has to do with Brad Holmes. I can sense, we can go over the fourth down calls and all that, but really at that point it'd be, do I trust Dan? And I trust him, but I can sense that he has the urgency that Brad Holmes just does not have. We go into this offseason, we're thinking, okay, Frank Ragnow, he threatens, he wants more money, doesn't want to pay up, and then retires. Okay, so you had a heads up. Doesn't do anything there. We just draft a player. We go into the trade deadline, and we know Mahogany is is probably done for a few weeks, maybe the rest of the season. Doesn't do anything, and then expects us to just work miracles with our backups all the time. And it's so frustrating because a couple things. Like, we went into that game, and we're like, okay, but we know Philadelphia has a pass rush. So what are we doing to address it with supplementing that Mahogany's not there? Another point I wanted to kind of bring up. What's the whole thing with not playing DeMont as much? Because Montgomery used to soften up the defense a little bit for us, and that's where Gibbs would come in. And I understand that Gibbs needs more touches. That makes sense to me. But we kept on running it right down the middle, which is their strength at Davis and
Carter.
And
Jomo in there
times
too.
On third down and fourth down, and that was maddening. Like, that made no sense to me. If you're going to use Gibbs, use him to the outside. And it's just crazy because the minute Montgomery got in, it was an automatic 5 yards. And it's like, okay, why don't we soften up the defense a little bit and then get him with the home run hitter that Gibbs is? So thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Can I address? Did he say Frank Ragnow retired because you didn't want to pay him? Did I catch that correct?
No,
that
TJ, that was some of the reports stated that he wanted an increase, and there was some negotiations happening, and then he decided to retire right after.
Oh.
So I'm sure it was a combination of multiple things, and it wasn't just the money. But it's just he asked for, according to multiple reports, he asked for an increase, and the Lions shot him down. So
I don't know how much validity there was to the reports, but I remember them coming out right before he retired. But then everybody we talked to made it sound like that's not Frank's MO.
Yeah, I don't want that to. No, I don't think
There was a Burkett article maybe the weekend before or something, and maybe the wires got crossed where it wasn't accurate. I don't know.
Okay, that kind of caught me the rest of
Yeah.
the call, but no. Look, I know people are frustrated, and trust me, you do design some plays that are designed to be home run shots. Obviously, if everyone worked, you would design nothing but home run plays. You couldn't get in a rhythm in the run game too. Here's the weird part, though, is like they weren't running the ball effectively, but just the threat of their running backs. I mean, their one touchdown drive they went on was nothing but play action passes, and it was like working, and it's like, hell yeah, keep doing it. And that was what worked so well last week against Washington was, highest percentage of play action they had ran all year, highest percentage of under center that they had been all year. And yesterday, just looking at some of the stats, I think Jared, 12 or 14% of his passes were off play action passes. Like, that's not the identity of this offense. But coaching wise, you kind of feel like, hey, we can't keep calling these because they're not going to bite on it because we're not running the ball effectively. And oddly and ironically enough, they were biting on all the play action passes.
Right.
So, wish you could have gotten a couple more in there. And even looking at a couple shots down the field, there was one where, Khalif Raymond was wide open if you want to take a shot downfield. And Jared, I think his time clock was sped up a little bit based off of just the thought going into the game where it's like, good pass rush, got to get the ball out of my hands. And there were times where the protection was there that he wasn't making plays, and certainly there were times where other guys were, coming open for some of those big plays, and the protection wasn't.
Yeah, in fact, you've had the All-22 up here in the studio. He's been running back through it. There are some clean pockets that Jared just turfs the ball. Like he sped up, I think is probably the best way to put it, because those are throws he normally makes and needs to make. And then, of course, he was heavily pressured too. So that's why there's been enough blame to go around today.
Yeah, plenty of it.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
You guys, there was a goat on the loose in Detroit over the weekend, and it caused quite an unexpected commotion. It was running around, terrifying people. One guy or woman, I don't know, gender, had to jump on top of their vehicle, like climbed onto the roof of their car to get away from this goat. It was working its way onto porches, up driveways. People were running around screaming. It was a pet, somebody's pet. Got loose.
Wasn't Brady calling the Vikings game? What was going on here?
Yes, the pet goat chasing everyone around Detroit.
Yeah, fun stuff. But there's video you can check out online, which makes the story even greater. A Michigan legacy is on his way to Ann Arbor. Tommy Carr, the grandson of Lloyd Carr, has flipped his commitment from Miami of Ohio to Michigan. So his father was also a quarterback at Michigan from 1992 to 1995. His brother is a quarterback at Notre Dame. But anyway, he's headed your way.
He's going to Ann Arbor. Well, he's staying in Ann Arbor.
Well, yes,
lives in Ann Arbor. Yeah, he's going to stay. It's awesome.
Headed.
Yes,
I guess
he's
to
headed
school your way.
to school at the
even though-
University of Michigan. Yes.
Take that, Miami of Ohio.
We're happy to have him.
Hell of competition there.
Yeah.
Glenn Powell just had his SNL debut hosting on November 15th, and he turned his opening monologue into kind of this full circle throwback. So he brought on a very special guest up on stage. He had his UPS driver with him.
Okay.
And if you didn't see it or hear why, it's kind of an interesting story. So 4 years ago, he was originally invited to host SNL. This was when Top Gun Maverick was supposed to come out, right? And he was super excited. He was out on his porch with his family, just thrilled about the opportunity. And at the same moment, the UPS driver was making a delivery, and he was like, oh, this is, why are you guys so excited? And he shared the story with the UPS driver. They took a selfie together. And then that day, it never came to fruition. He didn't actually get to host because Top Gun Maverick got pushed back, delayed. So his hosting duties kind of got canceled. So he says this whole time for years, this UPS driver must have thought I was a liar, right? Like, here I am saying I'm going to host SNL. We got the selfie. So he tracked him down, brought him out to New York, and then they took another selfie together on stage and kind of made it this whole full circle moment. Just a cute little story, right? So Target has just initiated a new 10-4 rule, which requires employees to engage with customers more. So employees within 10 feet of a customer are now required to smile, make eye contact, wave, use some friendly, approachable body language, which to me, okay,
sure.
yeah, like it sounds like that's your job.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than seeing somebody and trying to find and ask a question and they ignore you.
Yes. And then I guess within a 4-foot radius of a shopper, employees are supposed to greet the customer, a nice warm smile and a helpful invitation to see if there's anything they can do for them, which also sounds like that's part of their job. But it's getting some interesting pushback online. Some customers are like, this is great. This is what you're supposed to get when you go shopping, right? Others are saying, no, we don't want this. We don't want to be approached at all. Leave us alone when we shop. And even some of the employees are saying, we don't really like to engage.
We don't want to be friendly?
Yeah, because the people aren't necessarily friendly back.
Okay, well, you can still be nice. And for those that are going there and saying that I don't want somebody to say, then online shop. Have them bring it out to your car. That's bizarre.
I agree, because I think that's your job. In customer service, you are supposed to greet people and say hello and just let them know you're there and you can help if you want. There is a line, though, into how much help. Like there used to be when you used to go into furniture stores, I try to find the back door so nobody could find me because they like flock to you and they're like, let me get your sale. Let me help you out.
Working on
commission.
On commission. No one is working on commission at Target. There's nothing wrong. If they're within 4 feet of me and they say, hi, can I help you? I can always say,
nope,
I'm good.
No thanks.
But thanks anyways.
I agree.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, more of your phone calls. People want to know about these oven mitts Jared Goff was wearing, if that had any impact, the hamburger helper. We'll get to some of that. Plus, Someone says they figured out who TJ Lang sounds like.
Oh, I'm curious to hear what this is.
We'll let you guys decide. It's 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy, and there's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
We spent a lot of time talking about what the Lions didn't get done on Sunday night, which was a golden opportunity against Philadelphia Eagles. Now 2.5 games out of the 1 seed. Not even in the playoffs right now. Focusing on an offense that couldn't get going. And Jared Goff wearing those gloves. TJ, was it cold?
No, not frigid. No.
Okay.
I mean, it
was windy.
It got chilly a little bit once, when the gusts would pick up and wind chill you could notice a difference. But no, I mean, I thought it was beautiful weather for a mid-November game on the East Coast. Yeah.
Do you feel
but
like
that's something that we've seen him?
He's done it before.
Yeah.
But it looked like he was short on a lot of throws.
Yeah.
Was it an issue with couldn't get the ball out on?
I mean,
I don't know.
Listen, I pondered the same question myself. I didn't have the courage to ask anybody after the game about it to bring it up. What do you think about the glove? It's just a stupid question. Blah, blah, blah. He's worn him before.
What are you talking about?
I'll let somebody else try to address that. But I mean, fair because, you haven't seen him that inaccurate in a long time.
Even in clean pockets.
Ever with Detroit.
That's what I'm thinking too. I'm like, I can't remember that many missed. Like if he was wearing the glove and it was like 1 or 2 passes that kind of nosedived on him or went wide, I'd be like, okay, but I mean, fair to say 8 to 10 passes that were just like.
But then on the touchdown drive, he hits Amon-Ra St. Brown in stride, and same with J-Mo.
Yeah, and even the other ones couple of them were big misses. The third down right before the fake punt, Amon-Ra's wide open, sailed wide. The other fourth down, I think it was a little 5-yard out route, wasn't even close. You see plays like that, and you're like, yeah, I do think that's a fair question to say, man, did that ball stick a little bit to the glove or whatever? But I don't know, though, because he has had success. He has had success wearing the glove before. So, but no, I didn't. No, long answer to your question. No, I didn't think it was frigid temperatures.
Okay, we have a ticket texter who thinks you sound like somebody famous, TJ. I don't think I agree, but we can do a side by side. John wants to stir the pot. You keep pointing for me to take this caller.
Yeah, but I need a good laugh.
All right, Mike, you're on 97.1.
Mike,
what's up?
Yeah, thanks for the time. Hey, listen, it definitely was a shoulda, coulda, woulda game, but I want to bring this perspective, to baseball. In Game 5, 6, Skubal couldn't hit the barn. Goff last night was like Ricky Vaughn in Major League. I mean, he just was all over the place. What is wrong with Dan, and I never heard anybody talk about this, the announcers, never was brought up post-game that I heard of, even you guys. I don't think you've mentioned. What's the concept of coaches being so damn stubborn that they just will not take the quarterback out, even if it's a reboot, reset, go to the sidelines, talk to the gurus, put Allen in there. At least it might establish something. And I don't know. I mean,
TJ, why hasn't anybody
brought
up?
Mike, I'm sorry, I'm out, buddy. I'm out.
TJ, why has nobody brought this up? Maybe Mike stumbled onto something.
I can't do it
here.
on 2 hours of sleep. I can't do it.
Mike,
I'm sorry.
You really wanted him to take Jared Goff and put Kyle Allen in.
I'm not suggesting, and that's one of the beefs. I mean,
you are suggesting it. You're saying, why don't coaches think about it or do it?
It's is he any better? That's not my point. My point is, I think you do it to help Goff. Go talk to him. I mean, look more into the.
They can talk to Goff without benching him, right? Like they can just walk up and have a conversation.
When the defense is on the field, they can talk to him a lot.
I don't know. It's just one of the things that I think you might have at least given it a shot. I mean, it's not going to cause disruption. The media might jump on it and say, "Oh my God, we've got a controversy." But why not? I mean, a pitcher, when he's having a bad day, you pull him.
Pitching staffs are built to have multiple guys play a game. Has there ever been a football team that's designed that's saying, hey, you're our first and second down quarterback. When we get to third down, it's your job, big guy. Like, you come up. Or we get to the fourth quarter, hey, you're our closer in this one. Come on, Mike.
No.
Come on.
Well, but again, this is the mentality I'm talking about. Why not? I mean, Dan has tried fourth down plays that didn't work. He has changed football. Everybody is going
All right, we're just going to move on. We have some audio.
I really just wanted to see TJ's reaction.
Yeah,
That's why I
John
said,
starts pointing to it. He goes, got to get to call 2. Line 2, line 2.
I think there's literal steam coming out of his ears right now.
So
I think we
let's
were all
put Kyle
watching
Allen
him.
against this Philly defense and see how he does.
Yeah, come on, TJ, why haven't they considered it?
Why is he even on the roster if you're not going to use him?
Losses frustrate people. I get that. I take that into account. But
Got to have a closer, man.
maybe maybe Mike's found a way to innovate the game of football.
Yes,
we're all sleeping on
Just
it.
have like 4 starting quarterbacks on your roster.
Because it's really easy to get one.
Yeah, take the Cleveland model.
All interchangeable.
That's right. We had a ticket texter who says that TJ Lang sounds like Shane Gillis.
A little bit. I can hear that.
Can we play a little Shane Gillis? Does TJ sound like Shane Gillis?
There's a little there, yeah.
Shane,
he's a Midwest guy.
Let me type this in real quick.
He's a big guy, too. Isn't he like 6'4" or something?
He's a big
Yeah, I
dude.
think he is. And that's not the first time I've gotten that.
No?
No, so somebody's onto it.
Okay, but he's clearly got like that Pennsylvania accent that's like leaning towards hillbilly, but you're not quite to Kentucky yet. You know what I mean? Like Ohio people, Pennsylvania people
Well, it
kind of have
depends-
that slight little.
Yeah.
Depends where in Pennsylvania. Like Pittsburgh's different.
It depends how many.
Oh yeah, Pittsburgh's
yeah.
a different country.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh's a different
I didn't
country.
know. I didn't know. We just don't figure out what happened there.
Yeah.
It all depends. The accent, I think, depends on how many teeth they have.
Yes, that's
'Cause-
probably fair.
If there's a Texas whistle there or not. Yeah.
Like you start to get to Ohio a little bit, and you're like, okay,
Yeah, they got
you
a
can
they got
pick
a
it up
couple
a little bit.
Yeah, then you get to West Virginia and they got maybe
Oh
one.
yeah. Good luck with that.
Full-blown
And then farther
Appalachian.
south you go to Louisiana. It's just that rambling. Yeah, it's just
Brian Kelly.
Yeah, I don't trip down 75, man. That accent just gets a little bit heavier.
Mount Pleasant to Cincinnati to
I've
Louisiana.
actually had people tell me I looked like him too, which I don't see.
No, you get like a
No.
round
See.
face, but that's about where the
Like I've had people like
comparison ends. Yes.
You're very round.
He's
But you don't have the same bone structure. Your nose isn't the same.
Your face is much more rounded.
I think that's where the similarities end. They don't have the same facial hair, same eyes.
What do you do with this conversation?
Yeah,
What happened? What happened?
I really wish I would have gone home at 9:45.
Yeah. New quarterback and TJ's got a round face.
Stick around for a little bit. We'll talk some more Lions
Yeah.
at 10.
Are you going to insult my
No,
facial
we don't
features too,
insult
Gator?
you. We leave that to Costa.
All right then.
I mean, you're both bloated and a little chubby, you know. Other than that, I don't see anything, you know.
Carson Anderson, they're coming up next, 97.1.
All right, so here we go. Another Lions loss. And look, there's things you digest after a loss. Sometimes you sit back and say, it's fluky, it's football. Other times there are, growing concerns and things that you look at and say, that's a real problem in matchups moving forward. And I think we've identified some real problems for the Detroit Lions moving forward. And then there are things that can and should be better if they get a matchup with Philadelphia in Philadelphia ever again. And that may not happen, but that is a concern. They're clearly not the class of the NFC, and some weaknesses that are identified that need to be better. I don't think that game yesterday truly reflected the best of what the Detroit Lions have to offer. Let's just say that. But we'll get into all the reasons why. First, let's welcome back Scott Anderson, who was off most of last week. Hello, Scott.
Hello, Doug.
How are you?
I'm just fine.
Yeah. Did you enjoy the time off?
Yeah. I mean, time off's always nice.
Yep.
To have it and to take it.
Unplug.
A little bit, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that was nice. I could relax a little bit and do some things I needed to get done. So that was
productive.
That was good.
Yeah, productive time off.
Somewhat, not as much as I wanted to be, but I was more productive than perhaps I usually am.
All right,
so
fair
that's
enough.
good. Yeah, but obviously, watching the game last night, it was frustrating on so many fronts. And at the same time, I mean, I'm disappointed, but I'm not upset, if that makes sense. And I'm trying to take a very calculated and calm approach to this, because it's not the end of the world. Despite watching earlier in the day that the Bears eke out a win in Minnesota, and they're now in the top of the division, the first year with former Lions offensive coordinator there. Now they're 7-3, and the Packers, they eke out a win that maybe they shouldn't have gotten, and there they are, and they're still 6-3-1, and then the Lions get the loss, and it's like, need to keep pace, and they didn't keep pace, but it's not like they're falling way off the path here. I recognize that maybe they could be on the outside looking in right now in the playoff picture, but we've got 7 games to go, and maybe the schedule is going to start to lighten up a little bit and take advantage of what you have. And the other thing you have that's there to take advantage of is if you want to get past teams in your division, good news, you play them.
Mm-hmm.
So go and do that. But the game itself was it was disappointing, just on a number of fronts that we will enumerate.
Well, yeah, sometimes your guys just don't play well. Sometimes you have a bad day at the office, and I think this is a bad day at the office. I think you can look at Jared Goff and think he could be better. I can look at Amon-Ra St. Brown and think he could be better. I can look at Dan Campbell and say he could be better. I love all these players and this coach. Yeah. I love them. It was a bad day at the office. The net of Dan Campbell yesterday was a negative. The net, and what I mean by that is all the decisions and everything he decides to do in the course of a game, and that's a lot, usually it's a positive. In fact, usually it's an overwhelming positive, and I would argue that yesterday it was a negative. Jared Goff. I think Jared Goff is a exceptionally good quarterback. It gets debated all the time where he fits in the league. I think he can win a lot of football games, a lot of important football games, and I think he can win that football game with Jared Goff at quarterback. Not the way he played yesterday. No. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Growing concern there about, okay, at what point, man, that's 12 targets, 2 receptions, another pass that I expect him to catch.
Yeah, there were a couple passes in a row there, one to Amon-Ra and one to Jamo, that were both kind of a little bit of timing on that as they're coming across, and it just that the pass wasn't quite where you wanted it to be, but both are tough catches, but both are catches that we've seen made.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's where the thing is that you expect, because we hold Amon-Ra to this incredible standard because he has set the standard.
Yep.
With the work he puts in and what you see in practice and what you see in game time, he has been like automatic. And then you get a game like last night and you see, and I don't think it was an epidemic. I think it was maybe one pass where I was like, oh, you didn't hang on to that. Okay. But it was clear that he and Jared were way out of sync yesterday. And I think Jared's timeline to throw the football was truncated by the
sped up.
Yeah. By the the pass rush that he was facing.
Yeah.
And it's just it should. That's not the first time he's faced a pass rush, and I didn't think that it was something that I expected to be that much of an issue, and it was. When you got a quarterback who completes going into the game 76% of his passes and ends the game with less than 50% completion percentage, something's off.
Yeah. So look, if there were 5 passes batted down at the line of scrimmage, he's a 6'6" quarterback. Like, this is not something that has to do with. Philly did a really good job, and the offensive line has to help out Jared Goff. That was an inordinate amount of batted down passes in a Jared Goff game, and the truth is he's 6'5". My apologies, but the truth is Jared Goff. That's not going to happen a whole lot. However, they can really sit down and diagnose what is the issues up front. What are the issues up front? And this is one of the positives I take out of this game, and it's not a lot, but if you face Philly in January, can Detroit go to Philly and win? And I think the answer is yes. They can go to Philly and win. They went into that game. They've watched Philly. They diagnosed it, and they put together and crafted a game plan that they thought would work, and it did not. Okay? So now it's back to the drawing board. And what can you take from this game to sit down and say, all right, here's what we need to get better? Because Philly's good. We're going to do all this, and we have to remind ourselves that Philly played exceptionally well.
Philly's really good. They're not just good.
Yeah.
They're really good.
Yes, and they played very well defensively. The Lions defense did hold them to 16 points. The Lions defense fended off red zone, short fields all day long because the Lions turned it over and went 3 for 18 on 3rd and 4th down, 0 for 5 on 4th down. Like, there's short fields over and over, and the Lions defense actually played pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, and I guess this is where you start to creep into territory. If I'm looking at a place that bothered me the most with the game last night, it's a number you put out there, to me, puts it on the head coach, which we'll get into in a little bit. But Philadelphia is an excellent football team. They're defending Super Bowl champions, and they did something that Lions fans wanted the Lions to do, which was they added to that team at the trade deadline. Jalen Phillips makes a difference on that team, and I think that's going to be frustrating for Lions fans to watch.
That can sting.
And see that they got better. But the Lions defense did a great job last night. They did an excellent job last night, which, again, will speak to what I have to say about Dan Campbell. But Philadelphia also shows that, Philadelphia is answering questions today, too. Like, we beat the Lions, but we got work to do. And we made some mistakes. And maybe we need to rethink how we're doing our offense. And their offense has been stale all year, and yet it's got the players where there's no reason for that to be stale. It's one of the best offensive lines in football, one of the most athletic quarterbacks you have. You've got the returning MVP, offensive MVP in Saquon Barkley, and you've got a trio of receivers and a more than adequate tight end to get things going, and they haven't all season long. They've struggled with it. So they're still answering their own questions. But the Lions' question is just, okay, what do you do with what you saw last night? I hope it's yuck throat in the garbage, but you still have to hang on to some of those things. And when they look at the film today, and I'm sure they caught a glimpse last night, but all day today, they're going to come away with some different thoughts about what happened in the game last night. I imagine, this is a question I will ask Jared tomorrow, I imagine one of the most frustrating things for a quarterback to go through is what you touched on briefly. The tipped passes at the line of scrimmage has to be one of the most infuriating things for a quarterback to go through, because he's committed to throwing the ball to a certain spot, and then boom, it gets deflected and knocked out of the way of where it's supposed to go. And that was going to be a big play. Like, how many of those tipped passes were going to be big plays for the Lions? I imagine at least a couple were going to go somewhere, and one of them, unfortunately, ends up in an interception and then leads to the first 3 points of the football game.
All right, people want to sound off, of course, and we will get to your phone calls coming up. And plus, it's Champ and Chump every Monday, Champ and Chump of the weekend, who should be singled out for having the best weekend, who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks. We'll bring Kang into the conversation, get his 2 cents, our producer. So glad to be with you here on a Monday. Unfortunately, talking about another Lions loss and a 6-4 start to this season. I guess we're at the midway point here A lot of football left to be played and a lot that needs to get better if this Lions team is going to challenge in the NFC. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Hey, Metro Detroit, you're looking for a great deal on a brand new Chevy? Well, you've got to check out what's happening right now at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. For a limited time, you can drive home in a brand new Chevy Blazer or Chevy Equinox for just $269 a month. That's right, two of Chevy's most popular SUVs loaded with style, comfort, and performance, all for only $269 a month. And if you've been dreaming about a truck that can handle anything the Michigan throws your way, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has you covered with the Chevy Silverado 4x4 at just $189 a month. Tough, dependable, and ready to roll wherever the road takes you. Plus, the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield makes it easy. Friendly people, fast financing, and deals that really move. So don't wait. Head to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield right now off of Telegraph Road, or you can visit sarahchevrolet.com today. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, they will make a deal. Together, let's drive.
We'll talk with Jared tomorrow. 248-539-9797. Okay, let's get to the people. Carson Anderson. Actually, before we do that, let's welcome in Kang. Kang, how'd you enjoy that last night?
I wouldn't use the word enjoy.
Yeah.
I did not enjoy it.
It was pretty depressing.
Listen, I think this is one of those games where after the game there's a big pie of blame, and you just start assigning slices of blame out, right?
Yeah.
What was the biggest slice, for you? I mean, it could be Goff, it could be Dan Campbell, it could be the offensive line. For me, it is the offensive line. I had two worries going into that game. I didn't think they were going to win that game, but my two worries and reasons why were the secondary injuries I thought would catch up to them, because I thought with A.J. Brown complaining, they wanted to get the passing game going. Now is the perfect time to do that against a secondary that's missing 3 of their 4 starters in the back end.
Mm-hmm.
I was wrong about that. The defense and the secondary played fantastic on short fields all night. Gave the offense an opportunity, and the Lions almost an opportunity at the end of the game to even come back. The other worry I had, which did come true, was the offensive line, specifically the interior offensive line. Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter are not to be messed with. And even if they don't get pressure, they get their hands up, and you saw it last night. And the addition of Jalen Phillips, where he can go inside, outside, speed rush, whatever, the whole offensive line, I thought, just played well below what we're used to seeing, and it cost him. And it made Jared Goff uncomfortable. Clearly, Dan Campbell had a hard time calling plays because of it. And we all know this. The offensive line is the key to this team.
Yep.
And if they don't get it together, and the good thing is, it is just a regular season game right now. They got it. They got time to get it together. I think they are closer than it looked. I'll say that because we've seen them put it together before. Now it's time to do it on a consistent basis against good competition.
Yeah, it's back to the drawing board, and this has been we've seen some really good coaching in Detroit, but they got stuff they got to fix. They got stuff that they got to fix, and this is incumbent upon the coaches and the players to take this data point they've been given and do something with it. And they got a lot of time, and you just got to get yourself back to that situation where you're playing Philly in January. But they still have work to do. Let's get to the people. We go to Justin in Livonia. You're on 97.1. Hello, Justin.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I have a bad take on this. Like,
great, love bad take. Dude, we don't know if it's a bad take. It might be a great take. You might be right on the money.
No, it's taking negative on Brad Holmes because he took Giovanni Manu, Hendon Hooker, Broderick Martin, Josh Pascal. Like, what's he done? All he's done is, these guys, Giovanni Manu, are you serious? And then Hendon Hooker, oh yeah, he's not even in the league anymore. Broderick Martin, oh, yep. Josh Pascal? Nope. He's literally done nothing. Look at these guys.
But you
defend that. Defend that.
Defend that he made some bad picks?
Not just bad picks, but they're picks second and third round. They're premium picks. And he's doing Giovanni Manu? Where's Giovanni Manu? Where is he?
Well, he's injured, but
where's Hendon Hooker?
Okay,
Nope.
okay, slow down, Justin.
Where's Broderick Martin?
All right, I've had enough.
He was right, by the way. In the end, he was right.
I will say this. Yes, there are absolute picks and we've talked about it on this show that there's the very good of Brad Holmes, which is excellent, and then there are the aforementioned names that just came up with that are demerits, if you will. These are not bullet points on your resume you want highlighted. You don't want them to be bullet points, and they were bad picks. Every GM makes some bad picks, and you hope that you can counterbalance that with some really good picks. As bad as it was to, trade picks and move up to get whatever you want to use, a Giovanni Manu, it was pretty good to use a similar pick and take Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's the balance you're looking for. And I think that they've more than achieved that balance. And I think Brad Holmes is absolutely one of the better GMs in the league, particularly when it comes to the draft. But yes, those players have been bad. I would love to see Josh Pascal play. but he doesn't play because he's been hurt, and I imagine he'll be activated for the game Sunday. But those guys are a problem.
I think to answer his question, okay, what has he done going into Sunday in the last 3 calendar years? In the last 3 calendar years, he'd put together the team that had won the most football games in the National Football League. That's what he has done.
Yeah.
Are there shortcomings? Of course. Like it's
every
not
GM has made
every
blunders.
GM the best, and in the end, there might be some stubbornness here that costs him. And I'm not going to. But if you expect there to not be clunkers, then I think you have an unrealistic expectation. The best GMs make bad moves. It's the totality of your work is what you look at. And yeah, I got it. He hasn't won a Super Bowl yet. And until he does, that's fine. I don't mind criticism. But when you say things like, what has he done? Well, actually, he's done quite a bit here. And I will agree that unfortunately, one of the things that he has done hasn't panned out. And that is some of his third round selections and the way he trades and moves around, and he uses them on draft day and doesn't seem to have the capital, the ammunition to make moves at trade deadlines. It's how Brad Holmes operates. And the example here is Jalen Phillips. Like, if you want to call up and say he didn't, and maybe you were getting to this point, but if you want to say he didn't have the ammunition to go get Jalen Phillips because he wasted it on draft night, you can make that case. But at the end of the day, I'll take Brad Holmes. I'll take Brad Holmes and his work. And because the story's not over. Like, I think there's people are going to look at this and say they have no shot, and I disagree.
Yeah, but I mean, when you draft guys like Aleem McNeil in the 3rd round, St. Brown in the 4th round, Derek Barnes in the 4th round, Kirby Joseph in the 3rd round, I think that more than makes up for, the Hendon Hooker, Broderick Martin mistakes, or the Giovanni Manu, which is, still in the balance here. He's a 4th round pick just a year ago. So, I would give that a little bit more time. And the fact that he got hurt doesn't help, because that's a guy who would have gotten some reps by now this season for sure. Would have gotten more reps if he were still healthy, but he's not. And yes, those are items on the resume that don't look as good. But to your point, what he asked, what has he done? What Brad Holmes has done with the Detroit Lions is completely rebuild the roster from one of the worst in the NFL, a laughingstock of the NFL, the worst culture in the NFL, into one of the best cultures in the NFL. The most wins over the last 3 seasons going into the game last night in the NFL. That's what he's done. He's resurrected a program that had won 1 playoff game in 60 years, and then they won 2 in the same year a couple years ago. They've won back-to-back division titles. Now,
it's not enough.
No, we won a Super Bowl, yeah, and I wish he had made a move on trade deadline day, and they didn't get something done. But not a lot of moves were made. You got to have another team that's willing to part with players. Whatever. We could go through that all day long, but I think to answer the question, yes, Brad Holmes is a good GM. I think he's a better than good GM. I'm not worried about that.
Jerry in Flat Rock. What's up, Jerry?
Oh, thanks, guys, for taking my call.
Sure.
What I see is Jared Goff has a very difficult time throwing the ball in inclement weather. I mean, I've seen him play good with gloves on, so I don't know if that's always the case. They were doing something last year about it, that he had horrible stats. Now, last year they got the benefit of playing 90% of their games inside, but I know he's had problems in the past, and the ball just does not come out of his hands the same way.
It was not good last night, and it's something to try to figure out what they can do better with Jared Goff on the road. Outdoors this year, his completion percentage is.
You got to look at inclement weather.
Well, that's true. It doesn't really have it broken down by weather. He said after the game he didn't think weather was a factor. I can look at dome versus outdoors, and would you believe his completion percentage is better outdoors this year than it is in a dome?
This year?
This year. His quarterback rating isn't as good, but his completion percentage outdoors is better than in a dome. But that doesn't account for inclement weather, which is fair. Yeah, I mean, I would argue that probably most quarterbacks, like Jalen Hurts last night was at 50%. Jared was below it. Everybody's hurt by it, some more than others. I mean, I'd have to go back and look at the inclement weather stats.
I don't know if they have those stats.
I don't know if they do either. But his completion percentage outdoors is better than at home, which surprises me. His touchdown to interception ratio better outdoors than indoors this year.
I don't think he played well yesterday. Last
didn't.
night. I don't think it was a
agree
good
with
Jared Goff game. And I also think that most quarterbacks won't play well when it gets to be outside in inclement weather. But he wasn't very good. Less than 50% last night. Jalen Hurts wasn't very good either.
No.
And Jalen Hurts is another guy that's been relatively accurate, but last night was not good for either quarterback. Hurts was 14 to 28. Goff was 14 to 37 in the game.
Yep.
So it just got worse and worse. As
5 batted down at the line, couple of drops, but no, he was not. When he missed some.
He missed some bad passes.
Yeah, like not just in the general vicinity kind of throws. But all right, we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Plus our champ and chum votes at 10:35, 97.1.